broadcasting now, though, because people was
Well,
asking.
there we go.
It'll take a few seconds for it to get there, but
No, it's all good.
so just make sure your sound's turned off, because you'll get backfeed.
Mm,
Just mute the video.
okay, muted. Am I coming through clear enough?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay. You'll have to tell me if I don't, because my ear's not working, so.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Good, good, good. So, have you gotten enough rain out your way, or because I know some people are saying that they're dry.
We haven't had much. We supposed to have had a lot of rain, but it never happened.
Hmm.
Well, it's just the way the land is around here. I mean, the geography or whatever. We're
Mm-hmm.
down in a big valley, so everything goes around us. You can go 3 miles in any direction and get completely different weather. You can see it off in the distance, all the rain and stuff, but it
Mm-hmm.
never gets here.
Well, a lot of people are saying that they're not getting the amount of rain that they normally would expect for this time of year,
Yeah.
and some of them are a little worried because they have like really tall trees in the front yard, and some of the storms have come by. They're strong winds, right?
Yeah.
And so they're taking like buckets of water and trying to water their trees because they're worried if the root dries out
Yeah.
and then the storm comes through, it could end up on
Yeah,
their
at least
house, right?
around here they haven't got that crazy yet, but there's a lot of cities where they're not even allowed to collect rainwater.
Uh,
It's illegal.
so far, we're good out here. I mean,
But we don't have to worry too much about that right now anyway.
I would say we could stand to be a lot warmer yet. Like we haven't got the heat wave that we sometimes get.
We've had that.
Yeah, you had some pretty high heat. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's see what the temperature is now.
And
It's 21 Celsius right now.
and how in comparison to like the average, are you above or around the
We're
same?
way above.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be the most above average in the whole country this year.
No.
Yeah, the map literally cut right through my county.
Oh shoot.
Now, of course, we're not going to be the hottest temperatures because you get out west, those people are burning up already.
Yeah.
They get some serious heat that I don't want.
No.
Not that.
No, no.
Yeah, I don't know how they deal with it.
I don't know. I mean, it was a lot hotter when I lived in Quebec City.
Yeah.
And it was humid. Really
The
humid.
thing
I
out
don't know.
west, though, a lot of them, they have almost no humidity, but still so hot, though.
No, walking outside of our apartment during the anytime before 6 o'clock, it felt like, you know when you go to an indoor pool.
They're asking about you in chat, by the way.
Oh my gosh, I'll refresh. I'm not seeing them.
On YouTube?
Yeah. Oh, and YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Okay, I'll go there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, out in Arizona the other day, it was like 52 degrees Celsius at 125. That's hot.
Sorry. There.
I couldn't deal with that kind of heat.
No, neither could I.
52 degrees Celsius.
Let's see here.
That's when they get hot enough. They actually have to put warnings out of people to quit frying eggs on the sidewalk. They make too much mess.
Okay, but I'd be tempted. I've never done that before, eh?
I've done it, but people just don't clean up after themselves is the problem.
Oh, okay, no, I wouldn't leave it. I mean, that makes an awful mess.
Right, that's the problem. Egg cartons everywhere and stuff.
Yeah. I think our pool climbed today to 74. So it's still a little bit chilly considering that we don't have our heat wave yet. Maybe if the temperature outside was a little bit hotter,
Yeah.
then I consider going in. But That's like 74 on the top half. So when you get in and mix the water up, it kind of falls,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's been plenty warm enough around here. I was in the creek catching bait and stuff, and I went fishing, and shit, that water's like lukewarm tap water.
Which way is the cam pointing? Do you have a constellation you're on or something?
No, it's just northeast is all I can say. I didn't pay attention. I just stuck it up there and left it. It looked good, so I didn't fool with it.
Your sky was pretty active earlier.
I've seen all kinds of planes, and I've seen I don't know how many meteors.
Yeah.
Been a bunch of them. Planes, satellites, all kinds of stuff. I don't think you sound any different. Just people hadn't heard you in a long time.
It's true. That's true. I was gonna say it's been a lot of weeks, but I guess more like months.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. With a little bit of luck, next month I'll sound even better because I'll be able to hear my own voice again.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, because that whole thing with I don't know what's wrong with the Eustachian tube.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, apparently everyone else gets treated for it, so I'm pretty sure that the private clinic will offer me some sort of option.
Yeah.
But it's annoying not to hear my voice, but it's nothing in comparison to the barometric pressure changing.
Yeah.
And then you not being able to equalize the pressure in your head. It's worse than being on an aircraft.
Yeah.
It's like crushing. It feels like your head's being crushed. So, yeah, that'll be next month. Wish me luck.
I had another person I thought might show up in here tonight, but I don't know. I hadn't caught her online since earlier this morning. So the girl I met online the other night, she's from Canada too. I forget what part though. She's pretty cool though. She had a lot of I don't want to say paranormal, but dreams coming true type stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, she dealt with a bunch of that. Still.
East, west.
She's west of you. I just can't remember where exactly she said.
Cool.
Yeah, she's just odd stuff like having a dream that somebody was going to give her like a tablet, computer, but it was going to have no power cord, and then 2 weeks later her dad comes over and says, "Here's a tablet, but I don't have a cord." That kind of stuff. Just little things.
I love those. I love hearing that. It's really cool. Bill isn't here
Nope.
because he's been away for like the last week, and I think he said he's probably going to do a Skywatch of his own Wednesday. I think Wednesday or Thursday. He's planning to do one later in the week. It's just he was visiting family and he has a lot going on. So
Hang on, I'll turn my mic up.
okay.
Not turn it up, just put it back on my monitor where it should be. It fell back. Yeah, it took a while to get my router and stuff set up. It was a little tricky, but I finally got it though. I hated having to even buy one.
Yeah.
But since the old one works, but it's just too much of a security risk. So I didn't buy that name brand again. I didn't like that idea that as soon as the day they quit making it, they stop all support for it.
What name brand was it so we know?
Netgear. One of the biggest name brands out there.
Okay.
But I went on their forum and that's what everybody said. It's called an end of life policy. So when they quit making it, it's done. Even though they've got millions of them out there already. But it's just a way to force you to buy something else.
So they still have like current ones that they are supporting.
Yeah,
They're
they
just
still
not
got
supporting.
current ones.
But they're not supporting that particular
Yeah,
one.
I mean, if they yesterday they might support it. If they quit making it today, then support stops right away. They don't continue on for no length of time. That's
Oh,
aggravating. But it forces people to buy something else. So I went and bought one. It was a different name brand.
okay, so Tube Share says one of us is still low on the sound. Could that be me?
It could be. All right, try and see how it works now. See if they can hear you any better. I don't know. I think it might have been you, the way I had it set up here.
Okay. Ooh.
Okay, so
I try again.
I don't know. I got everything turned up. I don't know why anything would be not sounding very loud. Yeah, they're saying it's me, but I got
Okay, I turn.
there's nothing else I can turn up.
Okay.
Nothing that I know of.
I turned mine down a bit. Did that help?
Now you sound fine.
Okay.
I don't know how mine could be low, but let's see. Trying to see if there's anything I can maybe turn up, but nothing I know of.
I don't know. Sometimes when I'm not using my mic, it doesn't matter what I do. The sounds just, it doesn't come through correctly. Honestly, without this mic, I don't even make it through sometimes. I'm just garbled.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with. I'm only less than a foot from the mic. I'm pretty close to it.
Mm.
It's never had any trouble before.
That's it. I'll have to get you a new mic for your birthday.
'Cause I use it all the time and I never have any trouble with it.
I get you one like mine, except that honestly, this thing is a monster. Like, I've seen your setup, and you've seen the size of this thing.
Yeah.
It's huge. And of course, the way it's shaped, I get teased about it all the time, right? So.
Yeah.
But it's a good mic. It's good quality. I love it. Easy setup. I would say anyone, if they had a chance to pick up a Blue Yeti, go for it.
Let me see if there's something in Skype I can change around. Not seeing anything. I got everything turned up as high as it'll go. At least everything I can find.
We're doing better than when we first started. You remember the what was it?
No, yeah.
3-minute lag?
Yeah.
We'd say something, people hear it 3 minutes later. That was fun.
At least we don't have that problem.
Hey James, how's it going? Man, I don't even see it. Oh, there you go. I was gonna say we should have a plane by now.
Yeah.
It just felt like that time, like there should be a plane or a sat or something. Can I do a reading? You know what? I would love to do a reading. Let me think here. Any chance you're gonna do another Skywatch soon, Lucky?
I might. I don't know. I'd have to just see what the weather's going to be like.
Okay. Because I could have everything prepared beforehand. So the next time you have a Skywatch, I can definitely do live readings. No problem.
I'll be right back. I'm going to unhook my See if I can get anything to come in a little better.
Okay, well, Tube Share, it's... I don't think I call it a show, per se. We don't keep these conversations for later, and we don't have like a podcast, and you won't find the conversation anywhere.
Yeah, very rarely. Sometimes I will keep them if it's like just me and you.
Yeah.
But if anybody else was ever to say anything, it won't be saved for sure. Or about anybody.
Yeah.
You know, but just this kind of stuff sometimes, because I don't really see much to.
Now, are you
here.
recording? Are you actually recording your Skywatch?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we do spot anything,
Yeah, I always record them.
then we can definitely replay it again and maybe even submit it, right?
Yeah.
Although I don't know if you want to submit it to MUFON anymore. That's...
Now, it's going to take me a little bit of time, but I'm getting ready to start locally having our own, like a local version of MUFON, I guess.
okay.
To handle stuff just in our area. That's kind of the next project.
Okay.
See how that ends up going, so.
Well, that would offer you guys a lot more freedom, right?
Yeah.
And because then you're not bound by MUFON's rules, or...
Right. I'm kind of aggravated at that guy I'm dealing with now anyway.
Yeah.
He got mad at me. He was kind of forceful on the phone.
Really?
Yeah, because all I asked him was whenever he's done with the whole investigation, would he tell me if it's good, bad, what it was, known, unknown, if it's
right.
And he
like an update, right?
Said I wasn't allowed to know, wasn't none of my business.
What?
Yep. And he said all he's allowed to tell me, according by MUFON standards, is known or unknown. Can't tell me. If it is known, he can't tell me, oh, that's an airplane, or can't say. Nothing.
So even if it's determined as a known object?
Yep, can't tell me. And he told me that about a friend of mine that was an investigator. He's kind of backed out of it now, but I said, I didn't mention any names, but I said, the other two reports I've had in with MUFON in the last year or so, I said, I've got the full report, in my hand. He said, well, I don't know who your investigator was, but he could be reprimanded. We don't operate that way. It's not your call. You're not privileged enough to know.
Well, I mean, I've got to ask.
Damn it, I'm the one that's seen it.
What's the carrot? Where's the cookie? What's the point of filing?
That's the whole thing. There is no point.
I mean, that is directly someone saying to you, give us all your info.
Exactly.
And we give you the opportunity to become an investigator if you pay.
I don't want to sound like I'm bashing an organization. I don't mean it that way. But if anybody looks into it, you'll see where a lot of higher-ups have quit.
No, I'm not meaning to bash them. I just really want to...
How many shows you can go to on any network, and they always have a guest, and they'll say the same thing. Former investigator for whatever state, or it's always a former. You don't hear hardly anybody current, because MUFON doesn't want their people on these shows unless they're running the show.
I just really would like to understand what,
I know what it is that when you get organizations like that, and they get big enough, the higher-ups want all the credit if something's found. They want to be the ones out there to say, look what we discovered. Not that I was an investigator in a small town, somebody submitted something, They want to take the credit because there's money in it. But I was surprised, though, about MUFON, though, that is a tax-deductible donation.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't either till about a month ago. I was messing around on their website, because when you first go there, they got the box and it says donate, and you can push, $100 or $10 or whatever you want to put in.
Okay.
And I was looking through their little terms and stuff, and it said it was tax deductible. And I was kind of shocked at that.
Me too. I didn't know. That's
But yeah, there's been a lot of people heard of investigators that have tried to talk to witnesses, and then it comes out later on that the witnesses were told by higher-ups in the same organization not to speak to the investigators.
Okay, so then let's flip it around. What benefit do you have becoming an investigator for MUFON? What are the
None.
perks?
None.
Because I know you have to pay. You have to
Yeah,
pay for your book. You have to
paid
pay for
volun.
your
You're
fees.
a paid volunteer.
Yeah, but what's the why become an investigator? I guess is the
There's
question.
well, they make it sound interesting, but when you really get into it more, that's why I never done it. I mean, yeah, I was aggravated about the whole paid volunteer thing, but I mean, I can understand having to be a member, and stuff like that. I understand that, but to where you have to buy the book, even though you could get the exact same book from somewhere else, like borrow it from somebody, but they won't let you.
But okay, assuming money didn't matter, you bought the book, you paid the fees, you
Yeah,
become a member. Is this like you get to go and investigate with a group of people?
everything's 100% on your own, and you make up the rules as you go along. There is zero protocol, other than the only thing that protocol they have is the form, that you would fill out. And other than that, there's nothing. I know several investigators from around the state.
I'm sorry, James
Yeah,
is really making me laugh.
it's aggravating.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And our state director we got here, very few people like him.
So really, there's absolutely nothing stopping people from picking up a used book, reading it, and then starting their own group.
The only reason most people do it for a length of time is just because of the name. It's
Okay.
like having credentials.
Yeah.
And then after you do it for, I don't know, a year, maybe two or so, then you can get out of it and then go out on your own and say, I was a former investigator. You can still use the name without
Right.
having to be involved with them. That's the only advantage, if you want to call it that there is.
Hmm.
Because, it's kind of hard to just start something all on your own and get people to start telling you personal information. They don't know who you are or anything. But when you're
Right.
affiliated with somebody, it makes it a little different.
But if you were to say, I don't know, be investigating a haunting and you said, I'm with ghost hunters
Yeah,
or I'm with, I don't know, what was the other one? Paranormal
yeah,
state or something that everyone knows the name.
right.
So
It's a
they,
little easier to get your foot in the door, so to speak. But because people think that these organizations are actually like vetting their people, even though they're not,
I
but
do
they
believe
think that
some do. I think some
some
of the
might.
smaller ones do.
The smaller ones got a better chance, and that's an advantage that we'll have locally. Is I've talked to people that's had sightings of different things, and they would like to report it, but they want to keep it local. Because you send it
Okay.
to some big organization, you don't know where it goes, what they do with it, and people just don't want all their stuff out there. So if everything's kept local, and the way we're going to do it once we get everything set up is all reports, outcomes, final reporting, everything will be public information.
Public. So not
The
just
only
to the group.
right, it'll be all public. The only thing we're going to do is just omit any personal information, names, addresses, that kind of thing.
Okay.
But we'll put,
Uh,
towns, city, county, stuff like that. But
so are you guys going to like call yourself like the Circleville?
no, we've been an organization since the '80s anyway.
Oh.
We're one of the longest running ones, just about anywhere. We've
Oh,
never
okay.
missed a meeting since a monthly meeting since 1987.
Oh,
Been ever
jeez.
since. So yeah, it's been around for a while. The oldest organization in the world's in my state. I've been to their meeting once up in Cleveland, up by Lake Erie, and
Hmm.
they've been involved with it since they've never missed a meeting since 1956. They used to average, they said, about 2,000 people a month. It's calmed down a lot since, but they still average 25, 30 a month.
That's a lot.
Yeah, but ours is we average about 15 or 20.
That's still a good size.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Now, as far as I know, there's nothing like that in my region or in a like a neighboring town or anything like that that I know of. But there's also the language barrier. So if
Yeah.
they're calling themselves something in French and I don't understand
Yeah.
then I'm not going to find them. But as far as I know, we don't have anything like that here.
'Cause we've had a lot of sightings and stuff around the area in the past. I mean, the first, you know, really reported close encounter was 2 miles outside of town, where the UFO landed right beside the guy's barn, and he was like 2 foot from it. And you're talking a craft half the size of a barn you'd keep horses in. And
James has got a good point. Like, you should take some of the information that you're going to put public,
yeah,
and you can do like little updates
yeah.
here.
I've never
And
used it yet, but I do have a YouTube channel created for our group. I just haven't used it. I just went ahead and made the channel just to have it, just in case. But yeah, there's been some pretty cool sightings and stuff around here in the past. We've had police departments have chased crafts, and we've got a Roswell connection. We're actually our town's actually mentioned in the first book ever written about Roswell. So that's kind of neat. Ties it because right here in town, it was within a week or so of Roswell happening, a weather balloon had crashed, and that's where the Air Force got the idea to use the weather balloon story in Roswell was from here. So that's kind of neat.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because originally the Air Force called it, flying saucer or disc or whatever word they used.
Mm-hmm.
And then they changed it because they found out about the story here.
Don't worry, Tube Share. We'll make sure that one of these days we pick up another.
I don't know. Everybody else says I sound too loud.
Well, we're just gonna have to get you a mic.
So I don't know if it's what it could be, but yeah, everybody else makes me turn it down.
Hey, Frog's headset just, what was it, 2 days ago? Just stopped working. I mean, he can still hear, but the mic attached to his headset, it's gone. It's busted. Like, we tried for, I don't know, a good half hour trying to get it to work, and nope. And just to make sure that it was on his end and not mine, I mean, I called other people and had no problems. Went back, nope. As soon as he took the mic off, like, unplugged it,
yeah,
and just used the external, I was like, fine.
Yeah.
So maybe your mic was okay, but
I don't know.
Like everything else, sometimes it just breaks down.
I don't know, because even when I used it right before I done the Skywatch, I mean, it was sounding fine. So I don't know.
Alien are real. Gosh. You know what? It so depends on what your definition of alien is, right? Like, if we're talking alien as in something walking upright that has consciousness and awareness, and if you're looking for something humanoid, I don't know how long we're going to be looking. If you're looking at like microbes and weird, I don't want to say fungi, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah.
There is obviously life out there. It's just, does it have two eyes and can it wave at us yet? No, haven't found that yet.
No.
Plus all the illegal immigrants being called aliens in the States. It's not hard to
Yeah,
find
we got
any.
enough of that. We got plenty of that.
Okay, I don't think that's the definition they were going for, but thank you. That's my husband.
Yeah, don't pay no attention to him. Lick the hole before you plug in your mic. Right. Are aliens real? Now, the question that I keep asking, because it's floating around so often now, hybrids. Yeah,
People
that's
who say that they're not either they're not human, but they're masquerading as human, or they're part human, part whatever.
Yeah.
That one is still, um, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about some of that.
I'm a little confused sometimes because, on one hand, I think, okay, you're coming out publicly declaring to the whole world on social medias that you're a hybrid. Yet, on the other hand, you don't want to offer any sort of like a scientific report of your DNA or um, any sort of evidence that you're something other than human.
Yeah.
And I don't know. To me, those two things kind of contradict in a way, don't they?
I think so.
Like, if it's a risk to put that sort of a report out, then what makes it even safe to suggest to the world that
Yeah.
you're not human?
Oh, you're gonna have to entertain the chat for a few minutes. I'm gonna try something real quick. Give me about 5 minutes.
Okay,
I'll still be here. You just won't be able to hear me.
that's all right. I think they warp here. Well, that would explain a lot. Helpers, maybe. Well, some people have talked about them uh, aiding humans, and then, like tonight on the Jamie Havigan show, their guest talked about there was apparently some type of alien that considers us like a resource, a human resource. So suggested that they even eat us. Hello? Oh, okay. You're working on it. If they got high on bread, get me a loaf and some. Nice one, James. High bread goes well with, jam and butter. What's his name in his club? Tonight on the Havikin show was Brad Olson from, I guess he's been on Ancient Aliens. I didn't actually watch that episode. And he's an author. What was the book called? Esoteric. I must have it somewhere here. I think I bookmarked it. I bookmarked too many things. Oh, well, here's one for you. Just let me copy it. I'll throw it in chat. I can hear you. Me, my name's Lorraine. That's who I am. We don't. Okay, no problem. Hello? You know what? The sound does sound better. Yeah, it's clearer in my headset. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I don't know if I showed you the article yet about the star. Okay, so you know how you can pay $10 to name a star? Okay. So astronomers went ahead and did this. They found a star and they wanted to name it. So in Ukrainian, they named it Putin is a dickhead. And the people in charge of approving or turning down names was not a speaker of the Ukrainian language, so they approved it. And now Putin wants it undone. And they're like, nope, sorry, it's not being renamed. Okay. What? Yeah, you're coming in really clear in my headphones. So just checking quickly to see if I muted myself, but nope, my red light's on, so I'm good.
Can tell.
Sometimes I wonder if it's Skype. Well, look at this the last 2 weeks. Even some of the shows have had really horrendous sound because of it. I'm not on YouTube. Okay.
Okay. What we got now? It should be better now.
Okay.
I don't know.
Shows have had really horrendous sound because of it.
Trying to see if I can hear it broadcasted back through.
No.
What we got now? It should be better. Yeah, I can hear it just fine through YouTube. I got it on my TV.
Perfect.
It's got to be something on their end. 'Cause it sounds fine on my end.
Or I can try turning mine down so that you can turn yours up more.
Mine's turned up as high as it'll go.
Oh, well, there.
And
Forget
it sounds
that.
actually a little too loud on my TV.
Okay. NSA glitch, yeah. So, did you hear any more about Juno?
No, I haven't heard any more about it.
I noticed that once the mass shooting started, we kind of just dropped that
Well,
for a
it's
while.
not supposed to be any more from it for a while, though. It's like, I forget, a couple months or so before it actually starts doing everything it's supposed to do.
Oh, okay.
So it's not a real quick thing. It's going to be up there for a while, though. I think over a year. I forget exactly. Takes a long time to make one revolution.
I didn't actually know that red spot is a storm.
Yeah. It's like
I didn't know.
Yeah, just like a hurricane.
Yeah.
It's a lot smaller than it used to be.
That's what they're saying, that it's actually getting smaller over the years noticeably.
Yeah. I forget. They said that storm itself is like so many Earths wide. I mean, it's big. That's the biggest planet out there, so.
Yeah, I remember. I can't remember. Yeah, I remember they're comparing the storm to like so many Earths.
Yeah.
Can't remember how many though.
But they said without the planet Jupiter, we wouldn't have none of the planets in our solar system. It puts enough gravity out there; it keeps even Pluto in line.
Wow.
All the way. Plus, they said deflects all the major asteroids and things from hitting us. It sends them on a different course. So it's kind of like a shield.
Hybrids. You know what? My favorite story to this day about hybrids is still about, what did he call himself? Nash? I think it was Lash. He called himself Lash. And he was that alien who his followers put him in his car to be found.
Yeah.
When he passed away, he
Yeah.
died. I can't remember what the cause of death was. They packed the body with ice.
Yeah.
And then they abandoned the body in some sort of a vehicle. And then they all disappeared. They all went to some sort of hiding place. And I tell you, that one interests me so much just because that guy had a vehicle that ran underwater.
Yeah. He
had weapons up the wazoo.
Yeah, they had the one not long ago. The guy out, where was it? California or?
Yeah, California.
Had all them guns.
And I don't even think they found all his stashes yet.
Yeah, that was just on Yahoo like a week ago. And it got a lot of people mad, and I was kind of upset too. He's dead, of course. Well, his family's inherited, what did they say, over 1,500 guns and over 7 tons of ammo. And they're having every bit of it destroyed because they don't want those death weapons on the street. And there's a lot of collector guns. They showed pictures of some of it. But 7 tons of ammo. It's like 12,000.
7 tons.
Yeah, 12,000 pounds. Or 14,000, I mean. And yeah, just all this stuff, and they're turning it over just because they're scared of it. They said it was valued over $1 million, all of it.
Hello, Eduardo. I don't know, how does someone even acquire that? How long did it take him to acquire? How did he pay? How did he pay for it?
Yeah, I guess the guy had all kinds of money, though. I don't know what he done, but...
But Linda Moulton Howe did an investigation into that particular case.
Yeah.
And it's not like he came up as some sort of trust fund baby. He didn't inherit the money.
No.
So...
Well, there's a lot of people that just end up with it, whether it's from some crazy job or some business idea. It's just a lot of things. It's really hard to say.
Have y'all seen the movie Earth Girls Are Easy? Yes, I remember that. That's an older movie now. But yes, I remember seeing it when it was fairly new. It was years ago.
Well, the sky don't look too bad tonight, at least. At least.
I haven't seen the new Ghostbusters movie yet.
It's got the worst ratings of... Whoops. It's got the worst ratings of just about any movie ever.
Aw, that's disappointing.
It got voted the worst movie trailer in history. It's just terrible.
I didn't really look at the trailer, to be honest. As soon as I heard that they were doing a remake, I just thought, oh, I'll see it.
It's completely horrible. What they should have done was somebody in a comment on the article I've seen had a good idea. They should have took what was his name, Egon, the one that died, because he was, he just died about a year ago, and they should have used him, his dying, like maybe he had a daughter and she wanted to continue the business, and kind of build it up that way. That would have been a better storyline than what they came up with.
Okay, so it's getting a bad rating because of the storyline or because of the actors?
The whole thing.
Oh,
Every bit of it. It's just
that's
horrible.
disappointing. The truth can kill you. Well, so can a lie.
Yeah, he's got a right comment there. You didn't build that company. Somebody else did. That was one of Obama's famous sayings.
Yeah.
And nobody in the United States ever built anything. Government gets the credit for every invention, everything that was ever built. Yeah, she's a mess too. But all this shooting that's going on sure took the heat off of her for a while.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why people are speculating that she might have had something to do with it.
I don't know. Has Richard Dolan screamed false flag yet, or? Well, I
I
guess
don't.
no. His show's coming up on
Yeah.
what, Tuesday.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what he thinks.
Yeah, the whole false flag thing's, pretty big deal. I mean, people don't always look into it, but people get the wrong impression, though. Because false flag doesn't mean nobody got hurt. It just means it was not, the reasons people think. But the event still happened. Now, if it was a hoax, then that's something different. Hoax is, just all made up.
Well, when I first started listening to Richard Dolan, I found that to some extent everything was a false flag to him. So I kind of
Yeah.
ignored it, right? I'm like, oh, you're seeing false flags everywhere, buddy. But there's those few occasions where down the road it turns out that's
Yeah.
that's exactly what it was.
Well,
so
I've been on some of the government websites where they do like hiring for different jobs, and actually a government job is a crisis actor. That's a legitimate government position.
Say it again.
Yeah, crisis actor to play a victim. You get anywhere from $200 to $500 a day, maybe a little more depending on your experience level. But yeah, that's a legitimate job, and in a lot of these areas, when these events happen, if you look into it a little bit, there's always a drill planned for that particular same type of event, same town, usually within a day, maybe even the same day. So there's a lot of stuff that is going on. And the other catch to it, which a lot of people are thinking, and it could happen, all it takes is for the president to declare martial law, and he's still president. There is no election.
I believe they pointed that out on Coast to Coast a couple nights ago.
That's the big thing everybody's... Yeah, that was that dot. That was either a plane or a satellite.
I think it was a plane from the way it moved.
It was a little bright.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the thing a lot of people is looking at is if he would declare martial law, then he can stop the election. And
For how long?
until the martial law is lifted.
Okay, so it's not indefinite.
It can be. Because there's no protocol on what it takes to still be martial law. All he's got to do is declare it. There's nothing saying that when this event's over, then it's done. Kind of like going to war. Just because the fighting stops don't mean all your troops come home. They still stay there for different reasons. So it's the same mindset. It doesn't have to be anything really going on. It's just he declared it, and that's the end of it. Seen a few shooting stars earlier.
Yeah, earlier in the night. Just after 9.
Yeah, I had some clouds earlier too, but they're all gone. So
He needs to stop trying to start a war with Russia.
well, that's true too.
Didn't what's his name? Kim Jong Un declare
Yeah,
that
nobody
Was it-
pays any attention to him though.
I think it was it embargoes or something that
Yeah,
he said
well-
it's an act of war.
Yeah, we put some sanctions on him and stuff, but nobody really pays him much attention. So he's kind of just like a chihuahua, little ankle biter. Nobody paying attention. Every time
Oh.
he shoots a missile or something, it never hardly goes anywhere. They don't really have any technology. They're the ones that made the news statement that they sent a man to the sun.
Was it the sun? I thought it was
It was
Mars.
the sun. Only took,
Oh.
I think it said 17 hours round trip. And the guy walked on the sun, brought back sunspots, carried them home in a bucket. Yeah, I saw it was subtitles, but I saw the actual news broadcast online.
You gotta wonder, does he actually believe that himself?
Well,
Or
that
does
ain't
he
the
really-
point. It's the people there believe it, the population, because that's the only news they have is government-sponsored media.
Nah, I don't
So-
even think the people buy it. I can't see it.
They don't know any better. They've never seen the outside world.
I swear to you,
Because I saw some interviews from people there, then they were praising it.
they're probably just too afraid to admit they
Nah,
don't believe it.
they just don't know any better. It's like in a cult or a commune, you know? You never see the outside world.
Nah, I bet you they have info. I'm guessing there's always like the few rebels that, bring in information on sticks or whatever if they have to and share
Because
it.
that's
And
still the most secure border in the world. You know, you're not going to get anything through there. That's still the demilitarized zone. I mean, that's still.
well, some of the pictures people have snuck out are interesting for sure.
Yeah. Well,
Like
it's a
that.
hot spot for people to take vacations. You can actually go there and smack golf balls out there in the minefields. You know, it's just a tourist thing to a certain extent.
Earthquake 7 plus within 24 hours. Within 24, I just predicted this. So, TubeShare, you're predicting that there's going to be an earthquake within 24 hours or days.
Yeah, he is friends with Dennis Rodman, so that,
Yeah, it's true.
according to the Sun. Yeah, they said that the reason he was able to survive is because he went at night when it's not as hot. That was their answer. I mean, they've had other crazy statements before, but that was the biggest one. Only a 17-hour round trip. I forget the numbers now, but I figured it up right after I heard it on what the speed would have to be, and it was a number I couldn't even pronounce, you know, so big.
Now, Putin, well, that's different. I mean, that he's a very shrewd chess player. He's very, very calculating. He's made all the right moves. So, yeah.
Yeah, we've put a lot of sanctions on them, and their economy is not the greatest, but he don't care.
Well, we'll see what climate change brings. I'm sure that's going to change the way we trade with each other.
Yeah, a lot of that, I don't know. A lot of that whole climate deal, global warming and all that, a lot of that's a money grab. They make a lot of money off that. But
No, I'm actually referring to the sunspots.
yeah.
Or I should say lack of.
Yeah.
Last month there when I was monitoring the solar flares because of my theory that when there's like an X-class flare, it affects some people and they go violent or highly aggressive and do, mass shootings or stabbings or whatnot. But anyways, I have this theory that there's some correlation between
There hadn't been anything major for a little while, though.
Oh, not only that, but back in June, 2 times I went to go check to see what the stats were and see if we had any activity. And the little bar that continues across that you can watch progress, it just stopped. It just dropped. There was like nothing.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, well, I guess, maybe something happened to the equipment and they had to shut it down or something. And that's why you can look, there's a few hours where there's nothing.
Yeah, I got the thing on my phone that tells me every time one happens, and there hadn't been very, very minor, like at the very bottom of the scale.
Yeah, well, then it picked back up. And then, it was more than a week later. It was close to 2 weeks later. The same thing. I go to look and there's nothing. And then I find out this month that was not an error.
Yeah.
Our sun actually went blank twice. And when they say blank, they mean no sunspots at all. No solar activity at all. It was like a pale yellow clean slate.
Yeah.
And it did that twice. For a few hours at a time.
Yeah.
The reason that it's significant is because according to our recorded history, the last time that this happened was in the 17th century.
Yeah.
And that's when we had a little mini ice age.
Yeah. The last alert I got on my phone was 13 hours ago. But it was a very minor solar flare. Nothing
probably like a C class,
It
right?
was. It says it's an electron flux alert. The only thing that could happen, it says, is satellite systems may experience significant charging, resulting in increased risk to satellite systems. So more or less like overcharging a battery because of all the
I see.
electrons. And then there was some yesterday. I mean, there's been a few. There's been 7 in the last 3 weeks, but nothing.
But they're so tiny,
Yeah,
and
they
it
don't.
doesn't last long.
No, they're very minor. Usually,
That-
if I wouldn't have set up this app this way, it wouldn't even have alerted me at all because it's so low on the scale.
Mhm. You ever see Infowars? Oh, yeah. See if I can find. So if I go back in June, I think it was near the beginning. But yeah, like it actually went blank. I've never seen that before, ever. So, um, not right away, but I'm guessing if it plays out the way it did in the 17th century, we're looking at, well, some crop lost,
Yeah.
possibly colder, longer winter in some places.
They're wondering what. I mean, it's already happened, but nobody really knows the outcome of that big NATO meeting they just had over in Europe. That was the largest ever held. 34 heads of states. They're talking all about Russia. And then Britain deployed 650 troops to the Baltic region. 3,000 are placed on high alert.
I don't really understand why Canada goes. like, um, just the week before, our defense minister said, like, Air Force, what Air Force?
Yeah.
We have, I think, 77 working aircraft. And out of that, a lot of them are like held together with like duct tape, bubble gum type thing.
Yeah.
So, I know Trudeau is always like talking about how we're going to take a supportive role.
Yeah.
I don't understand how we can be supportive to anyone out there when, I mean, we don't even have equipment.
Russia's been getting brave lately over here, though, anyway.
How so?
They got ships in our waters. Right off the coast of Hawaii. 2 Russian spy ships. And they've had a few planes that flew over the states. Spy planes. So far, nothing's been aggressive yet, but they're keeping a good eye on everything. 'Cause Russia, they're nuts enough to push the button. They don't care.
To share, I love watching meteorites, but truthfully, what if there's one thing I could wish for would be to get a clear shot of a big black triangle going through, blocking all the stars. That's my little wish.
Yeah, I'm in Ohio, so yeah, we've had a few meteors, but that's about it. There was a cool video I watched last night. Let's see if I'll find it and send it to you. But a guy, he's on YouTube. He's like one of the biggest paid people on there. He's Russian, but he lives in the States. And he used his like $80,000 high-speed camera and filmed a thunderstorm, so you can see lightning in slow motion. At like 5,000 frames a second, you can literally see it creep across the sky.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat. It takes, normally lightning's blink of an eye, and he's got it where it's lasting 10 seconds on the screen. Hang on a second, I got a phone call.
James, I did not forget. You're absolutely right. I owe you a reading. That's actually how long I've been sick. Uh-oh.
Alright.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a pretty neat video though, watching how you looks just like normally one big lightning flash, but when it's in slow motion you can see there's maybe half a dozen different bolts all branching off the same one. Because it's at 5,000 frames a second.
You have to post that one.
Yeah, some of them guys on YouTube, they make some serious money and they can afford them cameras. They're like $80,000 for a camera.
I can't even imagine.
Well, those guys are making $2 and $3 million a year just making little YouTube videos.
Okay, so here's the deal for James. Whether it's your Skywatch or Bill's Skywatch or whatever Skywatch comes up next, the next clear night, and somebody can do a Skywatch, we'll post it again in Metaphysical Lemonade. And beforehand, I will make sure everything's ready for a reading. I was waiting to feel better, but I've learned that that's kind of like waiting indefinitely. So we'll do it. We'll make the best of it, and I promise I will do a reading. So, oh, you found it?
Yeah.
Let's see this.
You can mute the sound, it doesn't matter if you want, but it's a neat video. It's short, but pretty neat. I saw it the other day. He's a pretty neat YouTube channel anyway, but yeah, with the money those guys make, I mean, that house he's in is probably $500,000, and YouTube paid for that with all the money he makes.
Oh, wow. Okay, I see what you mean. That looks really neat.
Yeah, some of the strikes are real slow. Because you can actually see how they stay there after they're done.
Yeah. But he slows that down too, right?
Yeah, that's, like I say, that's an $80,000 camera.
Yeah.
And some of them guys got cameras that cost way more than that. They're really slow stuff down.
James wants to know, how do they make money off YouTube videos?
From the ads. You can make, I don't know about all the channels, but right now it's averaging 50 cents for 1,000 views. That's what it's averaging on most of the channels. It used to be a lot higher than that. But when they're getting millions of views within a day or so, it really adds up.
I'm fixing to start something up like Lifestyles of the Not So Rich and Famous and show them how poor folks live and see if that makes me rich.
Most of these channels just started out people just goofing off. The biggest channel on there right now is just a guy that, him and his son, and all they do is cut open objects and see what's inside.
What was that?
I don't know, probably a shooting star. I saw it.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that, I mean, okay, I'm going to back up. That's weird.
Yeah, the guy, he's the largest channel on YouTube at the moment as far as current growth. And they've got sponsored, and they've been to almost every country in the world and never paid for none of it. Companies are sponsoring them, taking all these high-dollar items and cutting them open just to see what's inside. And the guy done it as a school project with his son. That's how it started. Cutting open basketballs and stuff like that. And now he's able to do anything he wants. They're making some serious money.
Yeah, I imagine that would take a bit of time. You know, it's like...
Not really. Because they can do, you know, dozen videos in a day. They're only 10 minutes long or so. Do a whole bunch of them, then you just put them up once a week or so. Spread them out. But they're making good enough money, they don't care if it does take some time. I mean, people are able to quit their jobs they've been at for 20 and 30 years. There's a couple kids on there that are only like 6 or 7 years old that are worth millions. From like reviewing toys, all different stuff. Just whatever you can do to get the views.
Well, I'm guilty of that too. I mean, before I go to buy something, I like to see if someone else got it and look at their review.
Yeah. But the big thing this year, though, on YouTube, though, is just all these different channels making money just destroying stuff. I saw a guy destroy 30 grand worth of iPhones the other day. They're these $5,000 and $10,000 Apple computers, destroying those. Big flat screen TVs. Just whoever come up with creative ways to destroy stuff. Whether it's drop it off buildings or shoot it with different firearms, blow it up, whatever.
I like to see a show where they take like a rich person and a really poor person and they switch them for like a week.
Yeah.
And see what happens. Like, could the rich person even make the mac and cheese? I don't know. You know?
Most of them couldn't.
Just curious.
They have everything pretty much done for them or buy it already done. Yeah, I watch that show on TV. It talks about the super rich and some of the stuff, you know, in their daily lives, and it's unreal. The money.
What's the show called?
Secret Lives of the Super Rich.
Okay. And they like follow them around or something?
Well, some of them. Just shows a lot of the houses and the more crazy stuff that they buy. Like they got the ice cream shop in New York that's got like the $1,000 ice cream sundae. Stuff
What are you talking about? $1,000 sundae? Seriously?
24 karat gold.
Okay, so let me just get this straight. This ice cream shop serves a sundae that costs how much?
About $1,000.
Because it's got
covered,
edible gold in it.
It's covered in gold. Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, anybody who's had Goldschlager knows, like, it doesn't actually have a taste.
No.
Like, you can take a flake and put it on your tongue, and it doesn't really have a flavor.
This is actually, you know, a whole sheet of gold. Size of a sheet of paper.
But I could eat caviar. Hell no. Actually, caviar is pretty good. I gotta admit that. Too. I like caviar. I've never had the expensive stuff, but, you know, the cheaper stuff that they put on the sushi.
Yeah. Look at the link I just put in Skype. You see it. You got to order the thing 2 days in advance. And they got a place out in Vegas that's got cupcakes that are $750 a piece.
Yeah, I'll put the link in.
I saw a woman order 2 dozen of them on TV. $750 a piece for a stupid cupcake.
A cupcake? Come on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at this $1,000 ice cream sundae.
Yeah.
Okay, made with 23 karat gold. Why not 24? What's the diff?
24 is just, it's harder to get. The sheets, it's too soft.
Oh, okay.
You can't work with it. That's why high carat weight gold is not good to buy in jewelry if you're going to wear it every day. Too soft.
Because it'll get dented up, eh?
Yeah, it's too soft. Actually, the purest form of gold is 28 karat, but it only will, you can only have that in liquid form.
So, Marilyn Monroe, Jackie Kennedy were regular patrons.
Mm-hmm.
John Cusack. It looks pretty. I have to give it that. Like, it's aesthetically, it's very pretty.
Yeah.
But
there's all kinds of stuff like that around different parts of the country. Like the $300 hamburger, which is crazy, but businesses do it though. But it's amazing how much of it they actually sell.
I can't picture. I will, you know, I'll be honest. I'd be almost afraid to eat it. I've been like sitting there staring at it, not really knowing what to do because they're paying $1,000, but it's not for taste.
No, just to do it, just because they can.
It feels kind of wrong. You think about what $1,000 can mean as someone who like struggles to just get basic groceries, you know? Instead of treating yourself to $1,000 pretty little Sunday, imagine, what $1,000 in
I don't know.
groceries could do to some families,
I don't really see nothing wrong with it if they want to buy one.
No, I'm not saying anything's wrong with it, but I'm just saying if it were me and I had a choice between a Sunday and a grocery card that I could give to a family who really, really needs, or not even a family. I mean, sometimes just being single means it's harder to pay the bills because you only have one income, right? But you have all the expenses. If I could give a $1,000 grocery card to someone or have a Sunday.
See, that's a big problem here in the States. That's why everybody, a lot of people complain and stuff is because it's too much of a handout society. That's why the rich get hated on so much, because they think, well, just because this person earns $1 million a year, then he should give me half of it. That's the thought process. Whereas, no, if you didn't get the handout, go out there and get it yourself, That's kind of the way I see it, too. I mean, I saw an article a while back, a man and wife, woman, they bought their 96th Dodge Viper. It's like $200,000 a piece. And people was complaining they should donate the money. And I said, look, if you people had all that kind of money, you wouldn't be giving it up. I said, they earned it. They started their own business from nothing. It wasn't handed to them. So, let them do what they want with it. They tried to pass a law a few years back, but it didn't work. To where you was only allowed to earn so much income.
It's different, though. It's when we were younger, like, it was expected that when you were young, you were gonna, be poor and struggle and have to be creative to survive, right?
Yeah.
But it was also with the understanding that that was normal for when you were young.
Yeah.
That eventually, you gain experience, you move on, you get better jobs, and the struggle would eventually stop. I don't know why, but more and more and more I'm seeing amongst my peers that where the struggle should have stopped, it got worse. It got more competitive, it got more expensive, and, we're all at the age where our parents would have been considered established, safe, not necessarily rich, but comfortable, right?
Yeah. Here in the States, it's just a handout society. That's it.
But I'm seeing that now a lot of us are at that spot. And, the struggle seems to be worse. And I don't know if it's debt or inflation or I don't really know what.
Most of it here is a choice. Most of it around here is just a choice.
I definitely can't say that for the people I know. I cannot say that if they had an opportunity to
I know
gain
people here
real gainful employment. I'm not talking about piecing together 3 part-time jobs and having no benefits. I'm talking about real gainful employment. Most people I know they're praying for that right now.
I know people that's turned down, decent income just because they just didn't want to get up and go to work. The states even offered to pay almost everybody a full ride if they would just work maybe 5 hours a week filing papers at one of the state offices, and they won't do it. They said, nope, if I can't get my money and just stay home, I ain't going to worry about it. I'll do without. That's the mentality. That's why a lot of people in the states now are wanting to vote socialism in. Everybody equal. Everything free.
I can't speak for the States because I don't live there. I don't know your rules, but I know that here, right in my town, okay? Right here in my hometown. If you are on social assistance, there is actually no place to rent. When I first moved here, I thought it was strange that, we don't have, secondhand stores. We don't have, all the things that normally you would look for, whether it be a Salvation Army or Value Village or, that kind of thing. We don't have that.
Yeah.
And it took me a while to realize that That's because if you fall on rough times and you happen to be on social assistance for some reason, there is not an actual place around here within that what they provide to rent. So that means every time someone gets in that sort of situation, they're actually forced to move away,
Yeah,
right?
It's the complete opposite here. Because the money you get from any social assistance, that's just cash money. That's not including, your food's paid for and your rent's paid for and all your bills are paid for. The other money is just left over.
Oh, that's crazy. I'm telling you.
You can do what you want.
Most of my friends who are struggling, I guess you would call them the working poor because they're employed. They're totally employed, but just the cost of living is too much compared to payments to what you're getting.
If you break everything down by not just the actual money part, but all the other benefits, you can make more money here on like welfare than you can if you got a full-time job. You can some of the nicest cars you'll see in towns in the welfare parking lot, Cadillacs, BMWs, and they go in and get their welfare money and go on.
Yeah, I can't even imagine this.
Because they have that, from birth. As soon as the woman can prove she's pregnant, that kid can start drawing a check. And he ain't even born yet.
I've been so poor at times in my life that, let's see, some of the things I've done. Oh, okay. So my first apartment, 17, didn't have quite enough money to cover everything. I used to wait until like night and I'd take a walk over to like the public parks and I would go into the washrooms and I would steal all the toilet paper. Because I didn't have money to buy my own. And like I say, you got to be creative, right?
Yeah.
So I'd be like, I'm just going to take a few rolls. What else? I don't know. It's just, I guess, what's the old saying? Necessity is the mother of all invention.
Yeah, and then we get all the protests different places about people wanting $15 an hour to work at McDonald's. So that never works out. Because in some cities where they have passed those high minimum wages, half of them get fired. Or the new thing is turning a lot of fast food restaurants into completely robotic, so they don't have to have no employees.
I did see the articles and the pictures with that, where it was all animated.
But the thing is, working at like McDonald's and Wendy's and them fast food places, those were never meant to be careers anyway. That's just something to do until you find something better.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Like, we have a lot of people who, they're employed. They're not unemployed. But they're the working poor, man. They're putting in hours and hours and hours to get a check that, even if you pay your rent, still doesn't afford you the other necessities. You have to go to a food bank to grab some food. Like,
the worst part, I think, is our military even qualifies for public assistance, and they go to food pantries and get welfare.
Oh yes, ketchup and hot sauce. I remember taking the ketchups from the fast food places, and I used to get my sugar packets from 7-Elevens with the little coffee creamers, the packet of coffee creamer, because I couldn't afford to buy cream or milk.
But that's a big problem, though, now, is just with the military. And that's sad, though. Those guys are fighting, and everything, and they can't even afford to buy groceries. They get food stamps. Because it's poverty level when you're in the military.
Well, see, this is not right. This is not right.
No. But if you're an illegal, you get everything. Because they're in the process now of passing that new law to tax everybody's retirement so the illegals can have a better quality of life.
Well, again, I don't know what law that is, because
whenever they vote on just about anything, they're not allowed to read the law before they vote on it. They get like an hour with it. That's it.
Okay.
So they don't even know what's there.
We took in a whole bunch of immigrants around the same time as you, I believe. What I'm worried about is I think ours planned for, it wasn't even a full 2 years of support. Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm worried about is that when that support expires
Yeah.
and they're not fully set up and established yet, then what?
That's the thing here. The support doesn't expire.
Oh, here it
It
does.
stays, and if they want to start a business, it's tax free for 10 years. So they don't have to worry about it. That's why all of our gas stations are owned by foreigners and stuff.
Denny's. I haven't been to a Denny's in ages. I love Denny's. I forgot about that.
I haven't been to one for a long time. There's none really that close to me.
How often does the space station go by? You've caught it a few times, haven't
I saw
you?
it a few times.
Yeah.
You have to just, you can Google it and it'll look at the map and you can put in your zip code and it'll tell you exactly when it's going to fly over. And it's very accurate.
That's how you caught it the last few times, I believe.
Usually I catch it on, if I catch it on camera, it's just by chance. 'Cause I don't have a whole lot of sky I can really point the camera. So I got trees and stuff. Now,
Right.
now right behind me, if I just turn the camera, face it south, every night I can see Mars right in the same spot, bright red. But it's weird though, because it seems like it doesn't really move that much. It's one of the slower moving objects in the sky.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I don't know if it's got something to do with just because it's closer than all these other objects or what, but it moves a lot slower. But usually I don't point the camera that direction because that's also right where the moon's at.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to avoid that. Because the least little bit of light in this camera is not worth anything. It's got to be dark as possible. Because I can't see none of them stars outside right now.
Not even the ones that appear to be like bigger and brighter on the screen?
There's, when I was just out there a little bit ago, there was 2 stars I could see in the sky, and that was it. The rest of them, forget it. Just don't see them. This thing here amplifies light 10,000 times. I can change the color on it too, but I usually leave it just black and white. But I can go green or red or blue.
If James wanted to join us, he could do that, on Skype?
Yeah.
You hear that, James? If you...
Or
Okay.
anybody on there if wants to join in, it doesn't matter. Since it's kind of just a Skywatch night, I guess, for lack of a better term, I'll probably leave this video on YouTube. And normally when it's more the metaphysical side of it, I generally will delete it when it's more personal stuff.
Yeah.
Because most of the time when people start, getting more into that side of things, then I don't even make the video public. It's unlisted.
Mm-hmm. And I feel really bad that I haven't done more research or practice or anything in that regards. I really want to.
Don't feel bad. As they say, life happens. You can't. Some stuff you just can't deal with. At the time. So.
Yeah, at the moment I'm just all.
Things happen.
I'm either trying to find distractions, or I'm reading medical stuff left, right, center.
Down in the dumps, so to speak, get discouraged and everything.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
That's why I always try to, do little things, cheer you up a little bit. I try anyway.
So once the brat is out of the shower, we'll have James with us.
All right, that'll work.
I wonder what time it is for him.
I don't know.
I was just trying to.
It's later here than I thought it was.
Trying to put a kid to bed at for me it's 10 to 2, right?
Yeah.
Mind you,
yeah.
It is summer break. Although you were saying the kids where you are, they don't get summer break?
Well, some of them don't. It's sporadic. Some do, some don't. It's unreal though, because even during normal school year, there ain't that many kids in my neighborhood anymore. There's a few, but some of them don't get home from school till 7:30, 8 o'clock at night.
Oh, wow.
It's just,
Poor kids.
it's supposed to be for like some of your slower learners to get help and all that, but it's not. Its parents don't want to fool with them, so they just pawn them off on someone else for a while. So that's
What do you like instead of like having the summer off where you watch your kids or send them to daycare or something like that? They prefer they just keep going.
yeah, anything to keep them out of their hair. It doesn't matter. Parents just don't want to deal with them. I don't even like calling them parents, but the offspring makers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. They don't care. As long as that kid's quiet, they could care less about anything. That's why there's a lot of trouble. Because there's nobody ever, being a parent. It's been that way for years. Even when I was little, Mom would babysit, and there was numerous times them kids get dropped off on like a Monday. Their parents might not come back for 4 or 5 days. And
So you just had like an extra kid in the house?
Mom would have up to 13 kids a day.
Oh.
And that's the reason now kids get on my nerves.
Yeah.
I'd never mistreat a kid, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, but they do get on my nerves though.
Yeah.
There was a couple of them that was alright, because they, I could get them to do stuff for me. But the other ones, they wouldn't do nothing. There was only one kid she had, and he was pretty cool, but when he was about 16, he got killed here in town, so got hit by a car. So, but he was a cool little kid though. I mean, he wasn't bad, but Mom pretty much raised him. But,
wow.
But since Mom, she worked in nursing home for 34 years before she finally got out of that mess. But since she had been there so long, even when I was a kid, she could more or less write her own schedule. And growing up, Mom was 99% of the time, she was home.
Hey, Lucky.
Hmm?
We have to say goodnight to Alyssa.
Oh, good night, Alyssa.
Good night, Alyssa. Oh, she is 4. Aww. Hope you have a good shower.
Yeah.
I got a rubber duck too.
Yeah, a pink one.
Yes. Although I guess that's more for a bath, but
Man, I always, as a kid, even now, I was always so small. I get cold too easy, so I never was crazy about water. And I always used to think about, how can I figure out how to take a bath without getting wet? Never did figure it out, though. I guess if you go long enough, you could use a sandblaster, but that might be a little extreme. Yeah, my damn cat today, man, turned the air conditioner on again. I was sitting in the house watching TV, and the recliner, and Dad was sitting on the couch. Cat's meowing, just walking back and forth, and I'm like, what do you want? I said, whatever you want, get it yourself. And he walks over on the back of the couch, smacks the button on the air conditioner, and laid down and went to sleep.
Aww.
I'm like, man, cat's something else. He
Smart
wants anything,
cat.
he'll figure it out. Yeah. Because anytime you make a movement, just about, he's very observant. He don't always move very much, but he's always watching. And if you start making repetitive movements, turning a handle or doing this, he figures it out.
Aww.
Just like opening a screen door.
Alyssa heard her name. That's so cute.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen anything else fly by for a little bit. But that section of sky I've got, though, is pretty good, though, because that's the flight path of the Air Force Base.
Could be one of those nights where we get nothing until,
You never know.
Until the very end, and then all of a sudden it's, crazy.
Yeah, you just never know.
I remember a few times, we were going to throw in the towel, we're like, there's nothing. Yeah. And then it just started and wouldn't stop.
Yeah, you can see all kinds of stuff sometimes. But it's very clear out, though, so. If there wasn't for the atmosphere making the stars twinkle and stuff, you really wouldn't even know a lot of times that it was even still streaming. Looks just like an image.
Yeah.
But it does amaze me though how quick they move across the sky sometimes. But that's just because I got such a narrow, angle on the lens. I could get a wide angle lens, but it would make everything so small. I called the manufacturer, and they told me any lens will work on that camera, but
Okay.
if you get a wide angle, everything would just look so small you wouldn't really notice anything. So I don't know what. I'd like to have one I could just try instead of going out and buying one.
Maybe a pawn shop.
I don't know. I might go out to Walmart and see if I can find one. I can always take it back.
Oh, true.
Walmart return anything. They don't.
Still? They haven't changed their policy or
No,
nothing?
they'll take anything back. They don't care. As long as they still sell it. That's the only catch.
Okay.
They got to still sell the item so they can ring it up. The only thing they won't take back is, of course, firearms stuff and, computer items, PlayStations and things. If the serial numbers, if they match, sometimes they will, but they're more cautious on that stuff. But smaller items, shoot, I'll buy stuff at a yard sale and take it back. They don't care. Find something for cheap at a yard sale, I don't care if it's broke. If I know Walmart sell it, I'll take it back and give me another one. That's what I done my grandpa. We had that DVD player VCR combination thing, and it died. And he was like, man, I'd like to have another one, but it was like $85. He said, I don't have no box or nothing. I said, well, let me have it. I took it and I went down there and bought one. So I'd have a box and a receipt, put the broken one in the box, and took it back. They gave me all my money back. Now, if you don't have a receipt, though, a lot of times they'll just give you a gift card for a store, which is okay.
That's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. But sometimes it's a little weird. I took something back. I don't remember what it was now. And, man, they thought I stole it. They threatening me and all this. Because when I walked in, the greeter was there. They change their policies so often. But the greeter was there. And I guess they started the thing now where the greeters have to put a sticker on your return.
Yes.
Which they do sometimes, and then I'll find out the policy's no longer in use. So I didn't know, and the guy was talking to somebody. So I just walked on. And they thought I stole it. I didn't steal it.
That's because the greeter's there sometimes, but sometimes they're not. You're not going to stand there waiting for it.
Well, I know a woman that was a greeter that got fired from there for walking out of her area. They gave her, you get a little square to stand in.
What?
And that's it. And the only reason she left her area was to walk outside and write down the license tag number of a guy that just stole a 70-inch television. They fired her because of it.
That's bizarre.
It's crazy. People down there, they get brave here. They'll steal anything. And they're brave enough to ask the manager to go in the back and get them the name brand they want. And just walk right out the front door with it. Crazy. Because right across the street from Walmart is a trailer court. So they just duck down in there and go in one of the trailers. And nobody ever knows where they're at.
Hey, TubeShare has a good point.
Yeah.
Next time you go to Walmart to try a lens, have a look at the mic, see if they have anything cool there.
Yeah.
I looked when I was,
that's where I bought this one. It was $100 and some.
Really?
Mm-hmm. But the only reason I bought it, though, is they mispriced them. They had 2 racks of them, same identical item. The one side was $120, and then the other rack of them, they accidentally marked them to $5. So I bought one. I wish I'd have bought all of them. I'd have sold them on eBay, but I didn't think of it at the time.
Yeah.
I saw it. I went to Best Buy earlier today when I bought my new router. They had a little gadget there. I'd never seen one, but it's a good idea. It's like a flash drive for your computer, but it's wireless. You plug it into your USB, but it'll pick up a signal from your phone or your tablet, so you can transfer pictures wirelessly. Now, I thought that was pretty neat. You just plug it. It was 32 gig. So you just plug it in and you could transfer it either straight to your computer or store it on the memory stick. That was a pretty neat idea. Better than taking out SD cards or trying to find a cable to use.
Well, a lot of times what's offered, like if you look at the difference between Walmart.com and .ca, what's offered a lot of times at any number of your Walmart stores is so different.
Yeah.
So different. So, like, when I went to go look for a mic, I think they only had maybe like the $12 El Cheapos,
Yeah.
and I
Ours,
looked at.
ours kind of goes in cycles. Sometimes maybe for 2 or 3 months they'll have some real nice, stuff, and then it might be 6 or 8 months before you ever see anything that's even worth bringing home. It's like their stock rotates so often, but it's never rotating, similar things. It's always high end to low end. It just, but I usually will just order stuff right on their website and then just go to the store and pick it up.
And there again, I find a lot of the things I want or need on the .com website, but I can't order them, eh?
Yeah.
I've tried.
Because I can order anything that's in our store. Just order whatever I want and then pay for it here, and then they'll text me, and I just go down and pick up my order. It only takes about an hour. Because they've already got all the items there. It's just somebody else goes around and does all the shopping.
Yeah.
If I just don't feel like going to the store and messing around too much.
I could see that being handy in December.
Well, if I'm going to spend very much money at all, I'll usually do it because I can use some of my cashback websites.
Right.
Get a few bucks back. So sometimes I'll do it for that reason. It just all depends. But yeah, I went there. I didn't go last year, but the last 2 years I went for some of their big Black Friday sales, Thanksgiving Day. Which, they're not too bad. They're not as crazy as they used to be. They got it a lot more organized. You're guaranteed whatever item you want anyway, even if they sell out, so that makes it handy. But they just take on the one side of the store where all the grocery side, and every aisle's got like a balloon. And it's on the balloon, it'll say like, 50-inch television or whatever, so you know what line to stand in. And as long as you're there by a certain time, they hand you a card, and then you just take it up to the cash register, pay for it, drive around the back of the store, and they load you up. If they run out, you just go home and order it online. It's already paid for. So you're guaranteed. The only thing that makes it rough is you can't be in more than one line at the same time, so you got to bring people with you or something.
Oh, right.
When I went there and bought my TV, I ended up buying one and getting one free, but I bought it, and I was the first person in line. When the line was all the way formed and they started handing out the papers and stuff, I bet there was 700 or 800 people in that line. But it really surprised me, though. I had to say I was impressed because the worker, when he was handing out them cards, he overlooked me, and nobody in that whole line would even take one until they gave me one. They all stood back and told that worker, they said, "Nope, that boy's been here all day, and he's helped us get in the right line and everything. We're not buying nothing until he gets his." And I was real surprised that many people, over 700 people, was that nice. It was just real surprising because people usually kill you.
It's not been my usual experience.
It's never been mine either.
Especially in a Walmart.
But people, they'll fight over anything. There was some fist fights there later on, though. Because the hottest item sold that year was these bath towels that were usually like $30, and they marked them down to 99 cents. And people was literally fist fighting. And
for bath towels?
Yeah. They was knocking over whole shelves, grabbing other items to beat people with. It was crazy. But they had to reorganize some after some of them Walmart workers got killed from the stampedes.
That I couldn't believe. That was just ridiculous. Especially when some people were, like, telling of the items that they went there to get.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
You can live without them,
If it wasn't as good a deal as I got, I would have never went for a TV, but a 50-inch flat screen for $200,
Yeah.
And then I ended up getting a second one for nothing, but nevertheless, and I sold it for what I paid for the first one. So
you watch TV, you end up as dumb as the TV.
Yeah.
I will say that's very true of cable.
Well, them new smart TVs, they actually listen to everything it said in your house.
But why?
Because they know what ads to put up.
What if you're a mute?
Because I saw a demonstration some people done. They took two identical TVs in two different households. One house talked about certain name brands. The other talked about the opposite name brands. And that's the ads they started seeing was what they talked about. Whether it was Ford or Chevy or Apple versus Microsoft, whatever. They know how to give you the ads based on what you say.
What about the language spoken?
Doesn't matter. It don't make any difference. They can pick up on any of it.
Yeah, but I mean, okay.
Yeah, that's a satellite on the screen.
Here, obviously, there's language laws about content.
Yeah.
Okay, so like there has to be so much French in played on the radio. You can get in trouble if you play too much. If you play too many songs that are sung in English,
yeah,
you can get fined or worse. Okay. Same goes for commercials. Same goes for names of like restaurants, stores, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It has to have so much French or the language. I'm not even kidding. The language police they get involved. So I'm wondering, like, okay, so if you got one of these smart appliances and you're speaking in French to it.
Yeah.
Well, obviously not to it, but it's picking up French. So is it going to go searching for like French content for you?
Yeah. It's no different than you being on your computer, and depending on what websites you visit, that's what pop-up ads you'll start seeing.
Okay, so now I'll ask the opposite. So if you're living here where there's the language laws and at home.
But it's different. The laws don't really apply because it's all internet. The TVs are internet. That's how they work. They're smart TVs. So that's how they get around all the different laws that would normally apply to TV and radio, that kind of thing.
Okay, so not...
Because without an internet connection, the TVs won't even do anything. They won't work.
So you're not talking about like Netflix where there's no ads or...
No, it's just watching regular, whatever your local news channel is and stuff. But since it's all broadcast internet-wise, the ads are not affiliated with the network. They're separate. So they are able to bypass stuff. Just like you go to certain sites and, well, you know, like Mallard's site, you know. Our ad's on there because we paid for it. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing.
Okay.
You know, it's not, he doesn't have anything to do with, you know, our site or any of that. But the ad's there, and it's the same thing. They're just paid to be there. So it's all, they're, you know, all the laws are like a real gray area, you know. Like walking a tightrope. And they find that fine balance, and they'll exploit it every time. But people don't know that all this is going on, you know, unless they really pay attention.
Bow to the Queen. Yeah, in general, the royals are not really well received in this province. As a general rule, there's no fanfare. It's actually kind of the opposite.
They get enough fanfare here. God, we don't even have nothing to do with them. Just like anytime something to do with any of them, like the prince, whatever, little baby that was just born not long ago. You know, they showed a picture of him with a certain bathrobe on. You couldn't buy one of them robes anywhere in the United States. They sold out in minutes. Anything to do with the royals, people will buy it up in a heartbeat.
Really?
And people, if they're lucky enough to get one at regular price at the store, they can sell it on eBay for 20 times the price. And have no trouble selling it. I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, who cares what someone else is wearing? I'm not going to run out and pay $500 for a stupid bathrobe. But people will. Or if you can find anything that is going to get banned, or just not made anymore, people will buy stuff like that. Like when I sold them Twinkies for $80.
How about those Kinder eggs?
Yeah.
Do those sell?
I haven't really looked. I imagine they probably do, though. But it's all that kind of stuff, I mean. But the Twinkies was the best I ever cashed in on. That was pretty good. They only had $10 in the whole deal. Made $80. And that was just by pure chance. I bought the last 2 boxes, I think, that was even anywhere here in town. I couldn't find any more.
Okay.
Of course, firearm stuff always goes sky high if they're going to try to ban it, but anything will, really.
Okay, I am going to go take some meds. I'll just, I'll quickly mute my mic and I'll be right back. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. I'll try not to be too long.
You're all right. You don't need to ask permission. You play an air traffic controller, trying to direct all the aircraft my way. I don't know if you've seen the news article or not. It was yesterday or the day before. There was a airliner, I think it was Delta, that actually got on a wrong course and landed on an Air Force base instead of the airport. I think it was out in Colorado or somewhere out in there. 12 miles away from the airport, and it landed at an Air Force base. I don't know if the pilot got in any trouble, but not a smart thing to do. And I'm not sure how many's still here in YouTube chat, but I will make mention if you don't know, after I stop these Skywatches, the audio and the video, of course, will stay, but this chat does not get saved. There's no way to save it. So I'll make that known. She'll be back in a minute. Yeah, I don't think I'm no hybrid. I might be a little mixed up, but I'm not that bad. I don't know what to actually think about that subject. I'm not going to discredit it. I'm not going to discredit the subject, but I would have to discredit the ones I've heard claim it. Let me put it that way. It could be legit, but I just haven't heard anybody convince me of it. You know, that they're actually one. Put it that way. Yeah, anything's possible. And I got enough of my own talents, gifts, whatever you want to call it, to definitely prove about the big magical world. But I mean, I've had enough stuff happen that can't be explained. But as far as the hybrid thing, I don't know. It's possible. Like I said, I won't discredit it, but I just can't go along with the ones I've heard. Put it that way. If you're so scared and terrified of the government, why would you get out there in a public place and start telling your story? Yeah, I always liked Art. I talked to him several times on his show. He's finally back home, though. He was in the hospital. He's home now, though. Yeah, I've talked on his show and Midnight in the Desert with Heather Wade. I've talked to her and a few others. They're fun. right before Art quit his show, I called him every night for a solid week. He got to where he recognized me. Yeah, that was a big mess. I don't know how much of it was legit and how much wasn't. I don't know. But yeah, he stopped anyway. His health's not good anyhow. Which I think his health had more to do with it than anything. I used to listen to him a lot when I was a kid. Well, where's them jets you was sending over? Well, my take on that subject is I think a lot of it's by design. It's engineered that way. Since the government controls the media, they know what to put on there to keep people upset.
There we go. Okay. Got myself a Gatorade. Put some fake tears in. Come on. Good as new.
Yeah, this is one of the later Skywatches I've done in a while.
Yeah, it's true.
I'll probably just stay up all night anyway.
Oh, you're saving me from just a night of Netflix tossing and turning.
I gotta leave the house here at 6.
Oh, do you?
I gotta go to the doctor with Dad.
Oh, that's right. That's early.
So I just stay up. His appointment's a little bit after 7, but it takes a little time to get there.
Yeah.
So I don't care.
Yeah, my appointment's not till the afternoon.
My new family doctor I got, I've only seen him a couple times, but he's not bad because his office is open till like 8 o'clock at night.
Oh, sweet.
So that's pretty good.
That would be ideal for me.
I don't know how the guy even really has a life. I mean, working, 5 days a week, and they open at 7 in the morning.
Oh.
So he's always, there. It's the only doctor's office I know of where the secretaries actually have a shift. They're not just there, usually it's the same ones there all day.
Was it just the one doctor?
Yeah, in that building that I know of. Yeah, he's the only one I've seen there. There may be others, but I haven't seen them.
Ah, tears. They feel so good. Like, relief.
Well, hopefully maybe you can get something out of that link I sent you.
Oh,
There's
yes.
not really much detail there, but like I said, at least there might be some keywords you can search a little more.
Oh, no, absolutely. And you know what? At this point, if I go tomorrow and they say that they're not familiar with that or they don't know anything about that, I will go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because
I don't hear the procedure talked about quite as much as it used to, but the thing is, it's got to be common because I hear the side effect a lot of don't use this particular medicine if you've had this done.
Okay.
And they wouldn't mention it as often if it wasn't that common a thing. Commercials are fairly short, so they got to talk about whatever's most common.
In the commercials, when they talk about this condition, do they ever give like a list of reasons why it would happen?
No.
Oh,
No, they don't say. The only thing that article said was it can happen from, there was two reasons. One was a tumor,
Okay.
and the other is, I forget how they actually worded it, but it's when you have an infection and it just lasts for too long.
Oh.
Which,
Oh.
in a way, it's the way they described it was, well, you know how somebody will get their arteries clogged up over time with plaque or something.
Yeah.
Same process, but it's just the infection's clogging it up instead of like plaque or fat in your too much fat in your diet type thing.
Uh-huh.
Clog your heart up, but it's the same principle. It's just a buildup of the infection over time. Same as the fat would build up in your arteries and stuff. But, similar process. Thought process, anyway.
Because, I mean, all the reading I do, like, I want to understand the why is it malfunctioning part,
Right.
like, how did this happen? But, obviously, part of it is, why did it happen? Like,
Right.
why me, right? Like, why did I suddenly stop producing
Right.
saliva and tears? Like, it's one of those things where you're like, I didn't even know that this could happen.
It's like you go eat, like, the fattiest food out there, one meal's not going to hurt you. But you do it every day, it's going to kill you. It's kind of the same process with infection. An infection's not necessarily going to cause major problems if it's handled, in a relatively short amount of time. But you let it go long enough, the common cold can kill you. If it goes on long enough.
Goo, and goo. Well, I do wake up with eye goo, I can tell you that much.
Chemtrails. Yeah, everything gets blamed on chemtrails. Which, that's a legit thing. I don't care what people say. There's been a lot of evidence to support it.
Well, enough that there's been major documentaries on it for...
back in the... I think it was in the late 50s, early 60s. I saw the documentary of it from the Army. There were some poor communities out in California that they actually sprayed with chemicals just to test them on the population. And they actually had false... they looked like tornado sirens up on the electric poles.
Mm-hmm.
But they weren't sirens. They were spraying out the stuff.
So what was it that they were spraying?
Chemical agents.
And for the purpose of...
To test it out on a human population to see what it would use for warfare.
And the results?
I think the one area, over 75% ended up with some form of cancer.
Oh,
I don't know what the chemicals were. I probably wouldn't even be able to tell what it was. They told me the name, but...
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, they would use because the tornado siren, just like we got here, I mean, they can talk over those if they needed to. Or, play whatever they want. So they would do these different broadcasts, just anything, just to get people used to them moving around. But in reality, it was... They would spray chemicals from planes, and then they would do the ones from the poles, because that was lower altitude, and they would see what the effect was. Did you get a quicker effect from lower altitude, or... higher altitude would give you a wider dispersal. They just... It was crazy.
So, is it like one of these where they would spray and then monitor how many people went to the ER or the clinics?
Yeah, because it was such a poor area, everybody there was on some sort of an assistance program, so it was easy to get the records. That since the government's more or less paying most of your medical expenses, then you don't have no right to say they can't look at your records. So it was easy to, match everything up. Whereas if you was in a middle class area where very few are on public assistance, then it would be a little harder to, get records that easy. You'd have to, go through more legal stuff. But if you're the agency paying for it, then you don't really have no rights anyway. That's the whole reason they give, and just about anybody nowadays can get a free cell phone from the government. They can listen in on them. There's nothing legally you can do about it. Because you're not paying for it. It's not, it's a gift. So it's the same principle.
Sorry.
And you can look up at the sky in the daytime, and it's crazy seeing all the trails across the sky that don't dissipate. They'll stay there for hours after the planes are gone.
N on the neck. Oh, yeah, I see it now. New World Order.
Well, everybody, they're trying to track everybody one way or the other. That's a new thing now. The hospitals are microchipping kids. Just
What?
yeah, in case something happens to them, they can find out where they're at.
How? Like injections?
Yeah, just same they would do your dog or cat.
Is that even legal?
Yeah. Yes, legal.
I mean, I can totally understand
Get it done in your
for
doctor's
like
office.
somebody who has Alzheimer's or something like that, right?
Yeah.
If you give your consent and that's what you want to do, so that
Well,
in case you get disoriented and but a child?
well, when you're under the age of 18, your consent doesn't make any difference.
Don't you need the parents' consent?
That's who gives the consent. That's who does it.
Why is a parent? Okay, I gotta ask this. I know it's a stupid question, but why would a parent give consent to have that done to their child?
Because of all the kidnappings and stuff, they can track their kids. You can go right on the website and punch it in and know right where your kid's at all times. The GPS tracker.
Okay, follow the end to Satan the Blue Dragon. Satan the Blue Dragon. Looking. Okay. That's a little weird though, because I mean, in the Bible they don't ever mention a dragon. They mention leviathans, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they ever mention a dragon anywhere in any of the scriptures. Like, wouldn't it have to, if you were doing it in relation to Satan, wouldn't it have to tie into the Bible? No?
Not necessarily.
Well, otherwise, isn't it kind of like that, was it that mom who said something about the monster drink is evil?
Yeah.
Keep looking, okay. I just think of dragons more in like, more like Eastern philosophy or religions,
Yeah. It's always fun to pick out different shapes in the stars, even though ones that are not technically constellations. Sometimes you can line up stuff.
Like we do with clouds.
Yeah.
You don't hear so much about the New World Order anymore. Like, that was a hot thing back in, 2012 or so? You don't really hear that much in general anymore.
No, not as much.
we're not exactly seeing order right now anyways. It's more like disorder.
Well, they're pretty much already taking most things over anyway. They're keeping all this stuff stirred up. I see what he's looking at on the screen now. I can see.
Yeah. I see it too now.
But the government's the biggest thing that's keeping all this racial stuff going, though. They're the number one culprit.
But would they be able to do that without the cooperation of the media?
They own the media. All the media stations are own government.
All of them?
All of them. CNN, Fox. It's either... Because you can look at who they're, like the people are that are owning the stations, and they're all either got...
Oh, that was a nice one.
They all got wives and husbands and stuff that are congressmen and all that.
Okay, we're getting some nice shooting stars.
Mm-hmm. And then when you got the president coming on TV telling people to, do all this fighting and stuff. More or less giving them the go-ahead.
I'm just shocked that people would go to that extreme.
They enjoy it.
I don't see how, but
Because they get all over the media, they get on TV, they're all over broadcasting everywhere online, making money at it.
but for the sake of attention, like,
Some of them making pretty good money at it. So that's another benefit. They'll live stream it and collect the ad revenue off of it. There's all kinds of live streams for every protest out there. Some people have even started their own like little independent news agencies, just walking up to these protesters, asking them questions. Half of them don't even know why they're there.
well, that was a common thread or theme when, well, not all, again, like you say, the government-owned media outlets didn't cover protests as accurately, but the independent ones,
Yeah.
like, that would walk up and ask people where they're from,
Yeah.
why they're there, what do they want. They did that for what's it called? Idle No More.
Yeah.
And a lot of people just really didn't have. I mean, they were there, they were loud, they were protesting, but when asked, like, what are you protesting?
Yeah.
No two gave the same answer. And, nobody seemed to know what the resolution was.
No.
So.
But they're not even really looking for a resolution now. They just want, like a lot of them have said, there's been numerous ones say it, they want to kill all the cops and all the white people because they think they've got all this social injustice.
Can we talk about the Pope? Yeah, sure. I wouldn't know what to say, though.
I know he said he'd baptize an alien.
Oh, yeah. Well, and then they retracted that later.
Yeah.
Just like it was said that he said something about animals having souls, and then that was retracted. I don't know. I don't really follow the Pope anymore.
No, he's kind of whacked out.
People don't have a clue. I can fix over. How can you fix? How do you fix people not having a clue? Like, one, people have to want to know, and I don't know if that's a priority right now.
That's about all society's turned into lately, is just a big popularity contest. That's the number one thing. People, they're all how many likes they can get on something, even if they're not getting paid. It's just, that's the big thing. Me, I could really care less, but hey, they brought back the crystal clear Pepsi, though, by the way.
Did they?
Yeah, you got it up there. We don't have it yet.
I'll have to look.
Come out the 7th of this month. Be the 8th next month.
It's not the crystal clear Pepsi that I'm like crazy about. I want my cherry cola back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it Coke or Pepsi that did cherry Coke? No, it's cherry Coke. That's it. I want my cherry Coke
I
back.
can get both of them anywhere. Pepsi or Coke. Get them at any store I go to.
Self-conscious. Well, I think people's identity of self has changed a lot because of social media. I think the way people identify themselves is a lot different now than, say, early 90s.
Yeah. You can self-identify as anything now. Well, there's a guy in, I think it was Kentucky. He's a lawyer. He's just doing it just for show more than anything. But he's literally trying to marry his laptop.
Like,
but he
literally.
Yeah, literally. But he can't find a a judge or anybody that'll honor the ceremony.
Is that till death do they part?
There's a
Like,
guy in Japan that married a video game. I saw the wedding for that online. It was the largest online wedding in history. There was like over, I don't know, several 100,000 people watching it. And it was some, I don't know, like a handheld Nintendo game or something. And there was some girl character he created, and he married it. And then he had the developer or whoever go into the game itself and make sure that she could never accidentally be deleted or upgraded, some update or anything. Always stay the same. So he married a video game. And it was an actual ceremony and everything.
yeah, I
mean, the wedding dress, the whole deal.
So what happens if one day he actually meets someone he wants to have a relationship? Like, do you have to divorce the video game?
Well, there's that other woman that married the Eiffel Tower. I saw that one. Woman married a Ferris wheel. All these big steel structures. I don't know what the deal is.
I've never heard of that. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's just like...
Yeah, because she didn't have a lot of money or anything, but somehow through the government, she was able to get the Eiffel Tower to herself for one night. No tourists or nothing was allowed around her. Yeah, they had a show on TV about it. Just all these people marrying all these different weird objects.
Are they being married by like a priest or a pastor?
Yeah.
Or... Okay, but...
And it's legally filed with the town and everything. Or state or whatever.
Oh, it's bizarre.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, here it is. A woman with objects fetish marries the Eiffel Tower. She's kissing it. And she's been in love with other objects her whole life. It's an actual medical disorder. And she says she even has a physical relationship with some of them.
I'm just trying to picture, like, doing your taxes and putting down married and then name of spouse. Like, but
it says she has a physical relationship with him. Like, intimate.
I'm not questioning that.
She keeps a piece of fence in her bedroom. It was her first love. Is what it says. Crazy. She even changed her name. But she's not the only one, though. There was another woman that was married to the Berlin Wall for 29 years, it said.
Yeah, that's an interesting +1.
But it's just a psychological disorder.
Well, I would think so. Like,
Yeah, there's all kind of people that's got these weird disorders. I mean, I don't know, it's crazy. Call them a fetish or whatever they want, but I don't know. Yeah, they used to have a series on TV about them kind of people, and it was weird. Like, they had one woman that was addicted to drinking paint.
you mean like wall paint?
Yeah, said she drank over 2 gallons of it in the last 5 years. She would drink them paint markers. They showed it. I think it said her husband or somebody died, and she was having a rough time, and she was messing with one of them markers and got it on her hand, I guess, and then, I don't know, a few minutes went by, whatever, and she wiped her mouth, and the taste of it relieved all the anxiety of losing her husband, and she got addicted to paint. I don't know. People are just something else.
Yeah.
They get into some weird stuff. Some of that stuff's just creepy. I won't even watch it.
Well, there's that one where the woman was slowly eating her couch.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was weird. How are you gonna eat a couch, man? I mean, jeez. Wouldn't
that hurt? Like, you gotta think.
I don't know though. I've had some pretty dry stuffing around the holidays. So I don't know if there'd be much difference. little
Oh,
seasoning, maybe.
I think we missed something on the screen. I saw a little sat, and that's about it. Maybe I missed a shooter. I don't know. I have enough issues with normal food right now. I couldn't imagine trying to down a couch.
I got enough issues with just life in general. My whole life's been up and down and unexplained, and I mean, you know, when your young teenage years start out with getting lemonade from some dead old woman, you know, I mean, the rest of your life's not going to be too normal.
Not likely, no.
Because those events there, that's the difference I've found with like UFOs and paranormal is UFOs for a lot of people are usually a one-off event. Paranormal, very rarely does somebody only have one experience.
Yeah, that's true.
It usually sticks with you for at least a certain time period. Maybe not your whole life, but you'll have multiple occurrences, put it that way.
I have a Mothman in here, and I'm just going to take 2 minutes and get him out the door.
Squash him with his own shot glass. Oh no. Low battery. Yeah, I might have to end up canceling the rest of this Skywatch. My battery will be dead here before long. I'll let it go till it kills it. Yeah, I'll let it go till it dies.
Holy cow, have we been going so long that your battery got low?
Yeah.
I haven't done that in a while.
I don't have any to change it out with either.
Okay.
So I'll just let it go till it dies.
Alright.
But if, you know, anyone that's on here listening, I mean, I can always throw up something else in a video if you want to keep chatting. It don't matter to me. I can put something else up.
I'll try and stay with you as long as I
I
can.
mean, it doesn't matter to me. I can put up whatever. And I know what I'll put on the screen as soon as I find it. If I can get it to look right. Because it's going to die out anyway.
What you were saying about paranormal experiences?
Yeah.
I think to some extent, though, the reason for that is that some of the experiences we're talking about, they happen at a location, right?
Yeah.
So some people, it's their home, they live there. Other people, like, it's a place you can go to, you can go back, right? Where some of these abductions, or not even abductions, but sightings, they could happen in that area and then never happen again for 60 years, right?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that has something to do with it.
There we go. I changed the picture.
There.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just, regardless of what the reason is, you know, just paranormal is just usually a reoccurring thing, at least for a certain time period. But UFOs, for most people, that's usually just a one-off thing. You don't hear quite as many, you know, people being visited all the time. Some you do, but not quite as much.
Well, that was my experience. One-time thing. Yeah. That was it.
Yeah.
You know, and likely I'll never see it again.
That's the reason I never saw anything really that spectacular anyway, but I never made too big a deal out of it. Because it was just done and over with. I mean, that's it. It was what it was, and, you know. But the metaphysical and all the other stuff, that's something totally different. That's stuff you really can't ignore. I know.
No, it's something you can you can revisit over and over and
Yeah.
over.
The best you
So,
can do is either, just learn to cope or deal with it, that type of thing. Because it's just going to be there.
like the Pickmans with the
Yeah.
Sally House.
Yeah.
They moved and they still have to deal with it.
Yeah. So it's just one of them things you just got to kind of learn to live with it one way or another. So, but as far as the UFO stuff, I mean, like you say, it's gone over. Those are very short-term events. If they last any length of time at all, that's a big deal. Paranormal, they can last for years, your whole life. I mean, mine, it kind of slacks down and has its cooled off periods, I guess. But you just never know.
I agree.
But in the aspect, if you want to compare it to UFOs, they both can come just as unexpected. The flying saucer can fly in just as crazy, just as unexpected as a ghost or a whatever.
Yeah, I mean, for someone who maybe, say, lives in a place where, the toilet's flushing on its own
Yeah.
and lights are turning on and off by themselves,
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. Maybe that's not like getting taken against your will,
Right.
and but that's still something that you have to deal with every day.
But from what I've gathered, though, and I've looked into a lot of different, like on forums and stuff, stories, and the majority of paranormal stuff are not what you would say negative. Most are annoying.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, I
just
agree.
the negativity's just more out there and talked about because it makes for a better show or whatever you're listening to or reading.
Well, we're probably hearing the extreme cases more
Right,
often than
right.
not,
It's
right?
more
Like,
interesting.
yeah.
I mean, you'd rather hear about some object flying off the wall and picture frames shattering and stuff versus oh well my lights turned off and stuff like that. It's just not as entertaining. And that's what most of those shows and stuff are for, is entertainment value. That's why people tune in and listen to them. So,
Have you ever seen the video on the boomerang type on the other side of the moon? No, I didn't see the video. Have you, Lucky?
I've heard of it, but I can't remember about the video or not.
Yeah, it just doesn't ring a bell.
But yeah, that's just the thing. Yeah, it's always going to be the extreme cases of everything is what you'll hear. Because it's just more interesting. But when people only hear the extremes, they think that that's the normal sometimes. And that's kind of why I like to try to change a little bit, is people's perception.
Okay, well, normal to someone who regularly listens to, say, Coast to Coast or down at KGRA, like, our normal is a little bit different than, say, just the average person off the street.
Well, even people that listen to the shows, though, they think that's how all events are. I've had people tell me in different places that, anything paranormal has to be extremely negative and violent. That's the only thing there can be. And that's not the case.
No, it's not.
Because that's all they've ever heard. From places, like Coast and all the other, different places. That's all they ever
And
talk
some
about.
places that are reported to be haunted, honestly, they're fun.
Yeah.
Like, some of it's just fun. It's not dangerous.
I want to get a hold of Mallard one day this week. Maybe I'll message him tomorrow. I want to see if he can find a paranormal guest to where it was actually like an investigation that was, I don't know if the word positive would be right, but where there was no negativity. It was like enjoyable. And to have him find a guest like that, and I think that would be a very interesting show. Because all you ever hear is the negative side of it. And it's not always going to be that way. I know that. But I think it'd be a pretty interesting show that somebody would come on and say they investigated, wherever. And it was actually something they wouldn't mind experiencing again. It was almost like kind of fun. Nothing scary, negative.
I've been through tons of those. I mean, there's a lot of places I want to go back just to have the experience again.
But you never hear that kind of thing on any of the shows anywhere. And that's what I think would be pretty cool. Just not only just to hear the stories, but to see how the audience reacts.
Well, I can tell you how I've been received when I talk about those.
Yeah.
Not that I've talked about them a lot on KGRA, I haven't.
Right.
But in the places I've been before that, I would tell those adventures, and people would say things to me like, you have to be careful. It might seem fun right now, but it's going to turn on you. You don't know what you're getting into. What are some of the more common ones? But nobody ever just said, oh, that sounds like fun, I'd like to go.
Well, you know, I'm not discrediting you in the least. I never would, but if you would have wrote some book and sold about a couple thousand copies on Amazon, then people would take every word as exactly like gospel, and that'd be the end of it. But you're not published, and it just doesn't get looked at quite the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
I hate that mentality from people, but that's the way it just seems to be. I've heard some pretty good guests different places that got, you know, a very bad reception from people just because they were not a published person. And then the next guest comes on that I think's about half nuts, but yet he's wrote a book and everybody loves him, you know. I'm like, yeah, I don't care about none of that published stuff. You know, if you want to sell a book, that's fine, but whether you do or don't, that's not going to be my determining factor on how I perceive the person.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a person will get looked over for a job because the next guy's got a degree, but yet he might not be half as qualified as the other guy that could actually do it. You know, same type of thing. It's aggravating. I don't care about some credentials all the time. Not on stuff like that. Especially when it comes to personal experiences. Because a personal experience, you don't need any credentials because you experienced it and that's it.
You know, I'm just saying sometimes, you know, when things would move or doors would slam or toilets would flush.
Right.
It's not in any way, shape, or form hurting you.
No.
And especially when you're with a group of people, not a big group, but just a small group, it's entertaining. You know, you're watching things that are technically not supposed to happen, or watching things happen without a obvious explanation. Yeah. And it's fun.
See, just like they're in chat, you know, said the same thing. Coast to coast is the same way. People's always trying to sell something. Doesn't matter, you know, who they are or what they're talking about. There's always just the way people are. If you don't have something for sale, then people don't look at you as you're legit. Like, you know, like selling something makes you more believable. Anybody, you know, there's most books written are fiction, so that kind of throws their whole theory out of the water.
Okay. Well, I noticed that, like, the small little paranormal groups that sprouted out in the 90s, they're not as common anymore.
No.
And I always, you know, I always wonder what happened to them. Why did they stop? Or are they going, they're just not, like, sharing their findings anymore? Well, I don't know.
I don't know about around here, but I know in some areas laws have changed and it's harder to do those kind of things. You know, like investigations and stuff. It's not an easy thing, and money's the big one around here. Because for a group to investigate, you know, other than maybe somebody's house, but to investigate an actual building or something, you know, it's not just private owned, it costs a lot of money.
Okay, I never used to cost a dime.
I mean, there's places that'll charge upwards of $1,000 just for a group to come in and investigate instead of the other way around. And it's because so many groups were springing up, like you say in the 90s, that they didn't even care about none of that. They were going in there and stealing everything. I mean, I used to hear a term and they would call it paranormal robbery. Because people would say they were part of a group and then go in and just rob the place blind. So, that's why a lot of things had to be changed around. And they feel that if you're willing to pay the money, then you're more serious. Which I can kind of go along with, but it just depends. Because usually your crook don't have the money to put out there, you know, to pay to do a robbery, so to speak. They're looking for it quick.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can add James to
Yeah,
the call.
try to add him or something. I don't know if you can or not, because I don't have him on the list.
Let's see if it goes through.
It might. But more serious. Which I can kind of go along with.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, James.
Mute your sound on YouTube. So we don't get the back feed.
I can hear him talking.
Okay, I'm here too. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Alright. Yeah, just like I say, just mute your YouTube video.
All right.
Because I could hear it echo.
Yeah, I just cut it off.
Alright.
Perfect.
There ain't really nothing on the screen anyway, but just our card. But
So glad you could join us.
yeah.
Well, good to hear y'all. It's been a while.
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah, that's some business cards. Well, I don't know what else you'd call them. I don't like to use the word business card, but that's what I had made up. So I just still had the image. So
That's cool.
Since my camera died, I just went ahead and threw that up her.
Yeah, we just started that up in the spring, and
April 15th. That was tax day. That's why I remember it. But I literally built that website in like 3 hours. I mean, I really didn't spend no time on it. I probably could have done a lot better, but
That's a website. I have to go to it one of these times.
yeah, we got a website, Facebook page, and we even have Twitter.
yeah.
Well, I didn't even know that. I'll have to go to all that.
Twitter's doing better than any of the rest of it. Get all kinds of stuff.
I don't even have Twitter.
To be honest, I don't use it that often.
I would at times if there was some big, event thing going on. I would get on Twitter. But normally I wouldn't.
Sorry, that was my alarm.
Damn, it sounds like you stepped on a pigeon.
Every hour, my clock has an elephant that comes out and does that.
Oh, the elephant?
Yeah.
It sounds like a parrot or something.
Yeah, in the chat here on Skype, I just put the link to the website. You can just click on it and.
I'm talking on my phone right now. I don't have my computer open. I was watching y'all through my Xbox on YouTube. So between my phone and my computer and my phone and my Xbox, I don't have my computer open right now.
When you get on your computer, though, you can get on Skype and the link will still be there.
Right.
So you still have it.
I just had to re-download Skype onto my phone. I didn't have it on my phone, so I changed my name again, I guess, to Mud Duck. What the hell was it?
Skype.
Oh, Jimbo. Yeah, Skype 6217. Now I got to remember the password for that one.
Mine was screwed up today. It wouldn't let me update it. I couldn't even go to Skype's website and update it. It kept saying page wasn't available, so I found a third-party site that had the update, and it worked that way, but no other way could I do it.
I'm surprised it worked so easy this time. When I was in Michigan, I redid it, and I don't remember the password for that, so I had to redo it again. But, it let me do it real quick this time because I got a phone number, and it texted my phone number and told me the code to put in, so it was pretty quick that time.
And on the website, I got a link to our chat room, Facebook, Twitter. There's a calendar on there, which if we're playing anything, I'll put it on the calendar.
So if I go to Metaphysical Lemonade on Facebook, I'll find it?
Yeah, you can find it there too, yeah.
All right, that's what I'm going to do then.
Yeah, you can do it there. And the link to the site's on the Facebook page too, so you can get there.
Oh, that's cool.
You can get there both ways.
Yep. And
there's a few other links on there. There's some other interesting sites and people I know and met and stuff. We got a forum too, but really haven't used it much just because they won't send me any kind of notifications when somebody either joins or says something, so it's kind of tricky to use. I got to find something a little better, but
the only person I get notifications from is when Bill posts something on his site. I don't know why. I thought I signed up for everyone that I subscribed to, but he's the only one I get anything from.
Oh, from YouTube?
Yep.
Yeah, me too.
You got to, let's see. I have to go to someone's video so I can try it. But on the...
I'm subscribed to you, but I don't get links from
Yeah,
you.
you got to turn the alerts on.
Okay.
And, let me go to somebody's random video and I'll make sure.
Shut that door, Alyssa.
Yeah, you go to the... It's probably easier to do it on your computer, but it's right beside the button you click to subscribe to their channel. There's a little picture. It looks like a gear. Like a little gear wheel.
Yeah, the settings wheel.
Yeah, you click on that and it just pops up a little box and it says, send me all notifications for this channel. Check mark that box, and then underneath it says manage. And you can have it go to your email, or if it's your phone, it'll just give you a notification. However you want to do it. But that's where the settings at. But if you start getting those notifications and you ignore them too much, they'll go away on you.
I mean, I just check my email and they're always there. So
yeah, but if you click on it and go to it and stuff, then you'll keep getting them.
I got you.
But if you just ignore them all the time, after a while, they just quit giving them to you. But I always get them on my phone, though. They just show up as just a regular notification like anything else.
Well, Lorraine, I'm glad you're feeling better. A little, maybe.
Yeah, thank you. I'm definitely doing better than I was this spring. That was hell.
Yeah.
Well, when I left Michigan in, September last year.
Yeah.
And you wasn't feeling good then, and then I popped on a couple times here and there.
I got
you still
worse.
wasn't feeling good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
No, it's really been kind of a hellish ride, and it's just a testament to all those people who keep saying, well, Canada, at least healthcare is free. I keep saying no. You see, you got what you pay for.
Yeah. And I've kind of taken on the task, which I don't mind at all, trying to keep her in a good mood since she's not been feeling good.
He's my morale coach.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I started to go to the doctors more frequently, begging for help that fall. And I kid you not, some of the responses I got was, let me see here. Okay, well, you just monitor the symptoms and take another appointment for me. Come back in 3 months.
Yep.
Wow.
And I'm like, come back in 3 months? I'm here now because I'm not functioning.
Yeah.
So I had to go back repeatedly. I got yelled at. I got walked out on.
And I had cancer surgery last year.
Yeah.
Dealt with all that, so.
And, here's lucky he's getting treatment, and I'm still begging.
Yeah.
I went to the ER. I just got lucky is all it happened. I had a doctor who had come in to fill in for some of the doctors that were taking vacations. And I just begged.
Yeah.
And I begged and I begged. And she said, okay, well, let's just run some tests and see. And that's where I first found out that I was severely B12 deficient.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
If I had
So by this time, my hands are claws.
Yeah.
They can't open a bottle of pills anymore. My vision's blurry all the time. I'm having headaches all the time. I have no energy. Brain fog is so thick that concentrating on just the simplest task was like crazy. So I was like, on top of all of this, I just turned into like an emotional wreck because I think, what do I do? Like, you go to the medical professionals and they just kind of give you that look.
Rush off, yeah.
Yep.
And then you go back home and you don't function.
Yeah.
So it's scary, you're like, what happens when I can't open the doorknob? Like, What am I going to turn into? Some like drooling mess in the corner that people just walk by? Like, I'm really scared.
Looks like she needs some B12.
So,
Well, our healthcare ain't much better. I get disability. I'm disabled, so
mhm,
anyways, I need my teeth pulled. They're wrecked. So,
yeah,
but I went to the dentist here, and they said, well, come back. It's such and such a date. So I come back at this date. Well, they don't accept my healthcare, so they want me to go somewhere else, and then I go to that. It's just a circle. I can't get nowhere.
you just run around, eh? It's just a constant. You're jumping through hoops.
If I hadn't
And Obama was supposed to fix that crap. Yeah, right.
If I hadn't got rid of the doctor I had, I don't know if I'd be here now.
It's true. Yeah, it's true.
He set me on the exam table, touched me with 3 fingers, said, "I don't feel nothing wrong with you. Go home." A week later, I'm getting operated on for cancer.
Yeah.
Damn.
So go figure.
And from last fall, well, I got lucky, being that my husband's a paramedic.
Oh yeah.
They said that it would be okay for him to take care of the B12 shots.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, after the first shot, the very first shot, 12 hours later, my hands started to uncramp.
Yeah.
The brain fog went away permanently. And a lot of the neuropathic pain stopped.
See, I know somebody else here that has to have the B12 shots.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that it did all that, though. But
oh, my gosh. Yeah, it was crazy. So that gave me back some fight. I was like, okay, now I can think clearly. I got some fight now. So I'm still on the B12 shots. I get like one every 2 weeks. Every second Thursday I get a shot, just to make sure that doesn't come back.
I know I've spent many a late night trying to keep you in a good mood.
Oh yeah. So after that, begged the question, okay, so why am I B12 deficient? Because normally you get all the B12 you need out of your diet.
Right.
And I eat a pretty good diet, so I'm not a vegan. That wasn't an issue. So I started digging and prodding and begging again for more tests. So from last fall till now, I finally got almost all the tests done. And they come to the conclusion that all those times they brushed me off, no, I actually have colitis, I have lupus, and I have Sjogren's.
So what was the last one?
Sjogren's.
I don't know what that is.
It's where you stop producing tears and saliva.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's fun. You can do party tricks. You can hold an onion to your eye and it won't make you cry. So that's why I'm always putting in like artificial tears and getting stuff to drink, because it's just it's kind of like the Sahara. Yeah. So all that to that conclusion. Now here's the fun part. Okay, now that we know what's wrong, I'm on a waiting list to see the doctor to help me, the specialist, because my family doctor apparently isn't supposed to treat this. Okay, so I'm like, okay, all right. I mean, getting diagnosed is half the battle, right?
Right.
So
supposed to be.
Yeah, weeks go by, no call. I'm thinking, well, when am I going to be seen? So I asked my husband to call the hospital. Being a paramedic, he can talk a little bit better to them than I can get through. And so he finally goes through all the hoops to find out that, where am I on the waiting list? And she said, well, I'm sorry, but the best we can do is late fall, midwinter.
How did I do that?
I don't know, but
I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay.
Alright.
I think my face touched it.
Probably.
We're back to regular talk, right? What the hell? I'm sorry again. Hold on.
Alright. I can hear myself though.
Alright. I don't know how I did that.
I've done that too.
I don't know, but I'm getting an
I
echo.
guess my face. No, I'm talking on my speaker somehow. Hold on.
Okay.
How in the hell did I do that?
I don't know.
Now how to get it off my speaker?
If it's open in two apps, sometimes it happens.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the speakerphone
That work?
floating back through.
Oh, it's
I don't know.
what in the hell did I do?
You just got your speakerphone on, I think.
Oh, this is not good.
You can hang up and call us back.
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, I'll hang up and yeah, I'll do that because I don't know how in the hell I got it on speaker.
Yeah, I know it happened to me too.
All right, let me try that. All right, y'all, how do I hang this thing up now?
The red phone thingy. End call. Or I can end it and call you back.
I got it.
Okay.
I'll call y'all back.
Okay. You should be able to just come back into the
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes when it's open in two apps,
It was just he had his speakerphone on.
yeah, sometimes
that
it'll
was,
do
that
it.
was the problem. When your speakerphone's on, your mic will pick it all up.
There we go. Okay. Let me see here.
Hang on, I'll just add him to the call.
I was about to do the same. But
Alright.
that should work.
Should.
Hello.
Alright.
There we go.
Still
I
echoing.
called you back and yeah. I don't know why I'm echoing. Shut that door, Alyssa, please.
It's not bad.
No, it's not real loud, but I
Yeah, it
can
might be my door was open and the living room music might have been coming through. Is it bad right now?
No, not at all.
No, I can just hear myself repeat it. I can hear it's echoing. Not as bad now, though. Seems to have cleared up now, though.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Like it was coming through maybe on another device and we was hearing it or something. But it seems
It might have
alright.
been because my bedroom door was open and the TV out there is on and it might have been coming through.
It probably was.
Through
It
there.
sounds alright now.
Good deal.
Yeah, you got to be careful though on the phones because I remember it's been a year or so ago I was on my phone and I was messing around on eBay and I always buy coins and stuff on there and I was looking at some real high end stuff that I could never afford just looking and I got a phone call so I just took the call. I'm talking for maybe a half hour. I didn't think nothing of it. Hung up and just set my phone down. About a half hour or so went by and I got all these notifications. I ended up being the high bidder on about 10 grand worth of stuff. I had bid on all of it by touching the phone with my ear. It never shut the app off.
Oh,
So
Lord.
luckily, I got outbid on everything. Thank God, I couldn't afford it. So now, when I get something like that happens, I always make sure when I answer the call, I hit like the home button or something to get out of the app. I don't want to chance it. Because I'm hooked up to my Wi-Fi here at the house, so the internet will still work at the same time.
Yeah.
So,
I use my Wi-Fi through my phone. I got this
Yeah.
plan through Cricket where it's $70 a month for everything, so I can run everything off my phone.
yeah,
I am so jealous.
I pay $45 a month for everything.
Oh, ouch.
Just got to buy the card once a month at Walmart or on our website.
Oh, Straight Talk
Yeah.
one.
I've never had trouble with them.
That's what I used to have. I used to have Straight Talk, but this one is unlimited and it doesn't like after so many gigabytes it doesn't weigh you down. It doesn't start
now-
what they call idling you down.
Yeah, I get 5 gigs before they slow it down. Now, if I want to pay an extra, I think it's $5 a month, I can get 10 gigs. But
Yeah, I get unlimited gigs for 70.
but as far
I
as
eat that.
but after the 5 gigs, it knocks it down to a slower speed. But I'm mostly.
Yeah, and it's real slow.
But here at the house, I always keep it on the Wi-Fi, so I
Yeah,
rarely,
if you got that, that's cool. Cause
rarely will
yeah,
I run out.
that makes.
Plus, that's $90 a month.
Yeah, I rarely would
You're
run out.
That's Canada. I mean, at $90 a month, we're still a good, I'd say 40, $45 under what most people are paying.
But what's $90 in your money? I mean, is
Oh, true. Yes.
because I know I went to the casino in Ontario, and I brought $35 with me, thinking, okay, we're just going to go to the casinos and spend this $35 and be done.
Yeah.
Well, they gave me like double that. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What was happening?
Believe me, I feel it when I shop Amazon.com and find something I'm looking for, and I'm like, oh, that's a good deal, and then I have to be like, oh, no, but then there's the exchange rate.
I liked it when I went there. The exchange rate was nice.
Yeah.
Now, where are you at in Canada?
I'm in Port Cartier, which is a small little mining town on the north coast of Quebec.
$90 Canadian, that works out to just about $69 US.
Yeah, that might have been what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
North Coast. Where the
Yeah.
hell? You're way up north in Canada?
Yeah.
Like, way up there, way.
Yeah,
Damn.
put
Port
it this
Cartier.
way. Yeah,
Port Cartier, Cartier.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's easy to describe. I'm right in the center of Ohio, and go northeast, and she's 1,300 miles from me.
you just follow
Okay,
the St. Lawrence.
Okay.
Yeah, about 1,300 miles.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah, it is way up there.
So you're way above Sault Ste. Marie and Michigan and all that, like way up above Munising, Michigan and Wisconsin.
Oh yeah, where it's where summer is like a 8-week period.
Yeah.
Because everyone's always like, oh, why don't you grow your own stuff? And I'm thinking, okay, you can't put anything out past. I mean, the earliest you can start your garden outside is second week of June.
Yeah. You want to say somewhere in there, and then you ain't got no time to grow.
No. So it's cooler weather.
But you get the northern lights like crazy.
You know what? Was it not this last 2 years ago? 2 years ago, there was a big display right over our town, and the whole sky was just lit up in waves, and you could almost feel the pulsing. It was. It wasn't like I used to live on the prairies, and up there, you'd see like pink and neon green and some other hues. Here, it was almost like a solid wall of green, and it was like waves, like clouded, like a cloud dispersed, but waves of this blinking on and off. It was just, it's hard to describe, but
it'll take us a few seconds to show up, but I could have done it in Skype. But if you look at the YouTube video, you can see an exact map of where she's at. Well, not her address.
Let's see, where am I?
Not an address, but the
hold
track from me to there.
yeah, I guess I've been here about 6 years now.
Yeah, it's on the screen now.
Yeah, there I am.
I probably have to open up my computer to do that, but I can't find my daggum other remote for my Xbox.
It's on the table.
Oh, there it is. My daughter found it for me.
Just silly. Only silly.
But I probably won't be able to see it on my Xbox.
Yeah, you will.
I can go to YouTube, but I can't.
He put it up
Hold on.
on the screen.
That's the same as you was watching the stars.
All right,
Same
right.
screen.
Man, that'd be a long drive.
Oh yeah.
Oh Lord, yeah, that's way up in there.
That's it.
Oh, you're up. Oh, you're up above Maine and above
Yeah.
New Brunswick and stuff.
Yeah.
I was thinking up above Wisconsin.
No.
No. Way, way up there.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I did spend some time around Montreal, and I did take a drive to Vermont, and then I lived in Quebec City for a couple of years, but now I'm way up there.
Yeah.
Oh, and you're in Circleville, Ohio?
Yeah.
Man, I've been to Circleville. I'm not sure if that's the town I got married. How far is that from Marion?
Probably.
You're by Columbus, right?
Yeah, I'm right below Columbus. I'm the county directly south.
I've been in Circleville.
I'm about 28 miles south of there.
Yep.
South of Columbus.
I know where it's at. I lived in Marengo, and I lived in, around that area. Marion, Marengo area.
The only thing we're known for around here is the big pumpkins every year. Pumpkin show.
I went hunting down there.
Yeah.
Partridge hunting. It's been years, though. That's when I got married the first time. 25, 26 years ago.
Yeah. I'll put a picture of last year's pumpkin winner on there.
Do they got the pumpkin chunkers up there?
No. I wish they did, though. That'd be fun. We got enough of them to throw, that's for sure.
With the trebuchets and the air cannons and all that. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I see it on TV every year.
One of these years, I will come see it. I love Halloween. I love the whole month. I love pumpkins.
I like Halloween the whole month. My birthday is the day after Halloween. It's kind of ironic. My best friend was born on Halloween Day, and I was born November 1st, and Halloween is, what it is, and my birthday is All Saints Day. So it's kind of...
All Saints Day or the Witch's New Year.
November 1st is supposed to be All Saints Day.
Well, yeah.
I thought, but...
Or the Witch's New Year.
That's what it is?
Well, it depends on if you follow the circle or not. Yeah, it's start of the new year there.
That's crazy. November 1st Scorpio, so it's that's a big ass pumpkin.
Yeah, 60.
That
was the winner from last year. Trying to get it better on the screen. But yeah, that's not the biggest one. That's just the biggest one from last year.
I love the tower they do.
Yeah.
Look at the number on that pumpkin.
Yeah.
1666.
Yeah. It only took him 90 days to grow it.
What?
Yeah, it don't take long.
But serious horse poop.
Yeah.
But it just takes a massive amount of room. They said one vine like that will cover about 900 square feet.
Dang. Just for the one pumpkin.
Yeah. And I think
How many big pumpkins come off of it?
Just that one. They cut all the other blooms off but one. Well, they might leave a couple. They might leave a couple just in case one messes up, but very few. That way, all the nutrients will go to one. But
I gotcha. That's how they do it.
Yeah,
but you were saying that that's not like an eating pumpkin anymore.
No, it's not really anything but just to look at. But yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, he won about $3,000 for doing it, but shoot, that wouldn't even pay his water bill.
It wouldn't even pay for the daggum tow truck to bring it there.
Cake's about 200 gallons of water every day.
Oh.
I'll bet.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff up there. I mean, I've seen it for my whole life, but we got the largest pumpkin pie. Pretty neat.
Trying to think of the friends that I had in Circleville. My friend, he lives in Michigan right now. His last name is Parrott, Bill Parrott, and I think that's where his family's from. I mean, Circleville ain't that daggone big.
No.
Dang, I'm trying to think.
Bigger than my town.
Probably. You're up there in the boondocks.
Yeah, I am.
But I bet it's pretty where you live, right there by that inlet on the ocean there.
It's gorgeous. It's really scenic. It's the air is always fresh. It smells like salt and pine.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
But whenever we have like shows where people talk about cryptids, I'm always like, you have no idea. Like, I won't go into the woods unarmed ever. I just won't, because I mean, we have timber wolves in our we have big opals, and there's wildcats. I know this.
And bears and
And
moose. And,
yeah, the bears aren't too bad, but they're a nuisance, and yeah, we have moose, and the pheasants are funny because they're so easy to spot. They're such an easy. If you go hunting for pheasant, you can easily pick off 6, 7 on one trip, no
You
problem.
hardly ever see them here anymore.
it used to be like abundant in Ohio. I
Used to
used to
be.
go hunting there a lot for pheasant.
There's a picture on the screen. Our big pumpkin pie.
Yeah.
Wow.
90 pounds of pumpkin. Thing's huge.
And I don't think I could eat one piece of that.
No, that thing's big. Yeah, they
Looks
make
good,
it
though.
every year.
Big old pizza oven to make it.
They've got an oven there at the bakery that can do it, but usually they build like a little makeshift oven out to the park and bring it in. Just because the oven they got sets up higher and it's too hard to move it. You got to get it lower to the ground.
Yeah, and then you got to have about 4 or 5 people pull that thing out.
Oh yeah, it's humongous. They bring it in on tractor.
Oof. I still like to try a piece of it if it's any good.
Yeah,
See the water settling on one side of it.
yeah, it's big. It's 96 pounds of pumpkin, 44 pounds of sugar, 16 dozen eggs, or 16 gallon of milk. I'm sorry, 15 dozen eggs, 4 pounds of cornstarch, 24 ounces of salt, 24 ounces of pumpkin spice, 36 pounds of dough, and 6 hours to bake it and 6 hours to cool it down.
Oh,
Damn it, man.
it's missing the Cool Whip.
Yeah, about, what, 32 gallons of Cool Whip?
Yeah. But that's about the only thing we got in this town. All it's turned into the last several years is nothing but a giant, like a flea market. Everybody's selling stuff.
Hmm.
They used to have damn flea markets down here, and I wish the hell they still did, but they moved on out. I don't know where they went to.
I remember
But I do my damn etch glass and all, and I ain't got no place to sell it.
I was about probably 17 or so at the time around there. And I remember one of the booths up there was a bunch of Mexicans. They run most of it anyway. Usually they sell counterfeit stuff. But they was on the main drag, and they had this fur coat. And I don't know why I liked it. I mean, I'd have never wore it, but I was going to buy it anyway. Like $30. And I went there and I said, well, I got to run to the bank to get some money so I can buy it. And I come back, and they were getting raided by the cops. Come to find out, all their fur coats were made out of all the stray cats running around town. And they got busted.
Wow.
The cop told me, he said, they look good now, but he said, I guarantee if you had this for more than a couple days, he said, it'd fall apart. He said, there's just no way it could, 'cause the hides and stuff were never, treated like it should be, like you would normal fur. But yeah, they got shut down. And I wondered why they was getting raided. I mean, because the woman was literally like right there making them, sewing everything. You can see her.
When you first said they was getting raided, I was thinking drugs or something like that. I didn't have no clue about the cat fur.
Yeah. And you can get about any DVD or movie you'd want up there, even stuff that's not even in the movie theaters yet. And they're look like professional boxes, but they're all copies, bootleg.
Oh yeah, I've seen a few of them.
I got a
Well, anyways, y'all, it's been a pleasure, but I got to get off here and get this little youngin' to sleep. But
yeah.
I'll pop in there when y'all. Are you gonna have a Skywatch tomorrow or what?
I don't know yet. It depends on what the weather's like.
All right. Well, I'll check it out and see if y'all are in there and all. And
yeah, just when you get a chance, even tomorrow, whenever, go to my YouTube page and set the alerts. That way you'll know.
Okay. All right, I'll do that. I can do that right now.
Yeah, just like I say, you just hit that little channel setting thing, a little gear.
Well, thanks for popping on with us.
Yeah.
That's
Hey, it's been a while. I've been trying. When I first got here, I didn't have internet for a while. Well, when this plan come about, I said I'm gonna jump on it. So now I can do it.
It's good to hear from you again, really.
Yeah, because, I mean, I like doing the Skywatches, but I must admit it gets a little aggravating sometimes when, you advertise it and then no one really shows up or anything.
Yeah, I bet it
It's
does.
nice when
I
people
bet it
are,
would.
you know,
And then we
they're-
had to get off tangent and talk about people marrying couches and
yeah, you know, whatever. Talk about anything, you know, it doesn't matter.
it's funny. I had to laugh about that one.
The way I look at it, as long as people are respecting each other, then no subject's taboo. Talk about whatever you want.
You're right. You're
It
right.
doesn't make any difference.
All right, so I had a good one, and y'all take care and
Take
God
it
bless.
easy.
And I will talk to you tomorrow evening or something.
All right.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Take care. Bye.
I'm trying to like picture someone browsing the furniture section.
Yeah.
Are they looking for a comfy couch or a
Yeah.
or a soulmate?
That's a new version of Tinder or something. Well, it kind of would be Tinder. I mean, it'll burn. Got some wood in it and stuff, you know.
When you take the blanket off the couch, is that a nudie?
It might be. Indecent exposure.
I have to get one of those Bissell machines for showers.
If you had a chair or something for a little kid, is that kiddie porn if it ain't covered up? Get in trouble, you know? Get locked. I read a joke the other day. Let me see if I can find it. A friend of mine sent it to me. It was pretty funny. Let's see. Here it is.
Some guy's gonna have
This
a
one.
picture of a couch in his wallet.
This one's funny. It says, these two guys, Larry and Bob, said they were two friends, met in the park every day to feed the pigeons, watch the squirrels, talk about the world problems. One day, Larry didn't show up. Bob didn't think much about it and figured maybe he had a cold or something. But after Larry hadn't shown up for a week or so, Bob got worried. But since the only time they ever got together was at the park, Bob didn't know where Larry lived and had no idea how to get a hold of him. So a month went by, and Bob figured he'd seen the last of Larry. But one day, Bob approached the park, and lo and behold, there sat Larry. Bob was very excited and happy to see him, and told him so. And then he said, "For crying out loud, Harry, what in the world happened to you?" And Larry says, "I've been in jail." "Jail?" cried Bob. "What in the world for?" "Well," Larry said, "you know Jane, that cute little blonde waitress at the coffee shop where I go sometimes?" "Yeah," said Bob. Said, "I remember her." He said, "What about her?" Said, "Well, one day she filed rape charges against me. And at 89 years old, I was so proud when I got to court, I pled guilty. And the judge gave me 30 days for perjury." I thought that was pretty good.
Oh, oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I'm glad that tonight's sky was clear for the duration that...
Yeah, it's still clear. I just... battery
Yeah.
died. I gotta get me
Okay.
another set of batteries.
Maybe later in the week it'll be opportune again and...
Yeah, let me look at the forecast thing here. Just... Well, tomorrow night looks clear.
Okay.
And... well, tomorrow and Wednesday night up until about 3 o'clock in the morning. Then we got some storms coming in. So I
Okay.
might be able to do one tomorrow. Just depends on if I can. Depends on what time I get home. If I get home tomorrow at a decent time, because his dad's appointment's early anyway,
Yeah.
and I'll get me some sleep, then
Yeah.
I should be able to do one.
Well, even with my appointment in the afternoon, I don't think I'm going to be out there that long.
Shouldn't be.
Let me check my insomnia. Yeah, I'll still have it. So
Yeah.
tomorrow sounds good.
And next month's when the meteor showers are. The Perseus, the big one we had last year. I
Yes.
got one video here of 35,000 views and 23.
We-
Them were the long ones though. That one Skywatch is almost 8 hours.
We'll
That's
have
the
to
one
do
where
it
I had
again.
that guy message me and said he sat there for the whole 8 hours and watched it 2 days after
Yes.
I'd done it.
Yes,
That
I
was
remember
crazy.
that.
There's
We
no
were
way I
both-
could sit there that long for one that's not even live.
We were both impressed with that one.
I don't know how many comments is on that video. There's a bunch of them. There's, let me look. Some of them got a bunch and some didn't have very many, but it's just crazy though to get that many views. And yeah, it's got 3,526 comments, and there's no way I read all of them.
I was just gonna ask you.
But it's handy though, because I always have people put the time of the video if they saw something. Then I can just scroll through the comments and the time shows up as a clickable link.
Mm-hmm.
Then you just click on it, it takes you right to that point in the video, and you can see whatever they saw. So it makes it pretty handy to go back and look at it later.
Yeah.
Versus trying to do it in high speed or whatever. Sometimes it's kind of hard to find the objects, or and there's even when I'm recording them, I can't just stare at the screen the whole time. And I gotta look around. Get a little
Yeah, I
crazy
know.
after a while. But at least it, at least everything works, put it that way. I just gotta get me some extra batteries. I'm gonna try to have me at least 3 sets total before the meteor showers actually start. That way, if I know I can change them out.
Snag them off eBay or.
I'll look on there, see if I can find them any cheaper. It cost me about $7 or so here for 4 batteries. But they're rechargeable, so it's not too bad.
No, that's
Can't
decent.
use regular batteries. They won't last about 10 minutes. It'll drain them real fast. I wish I could figure out a way to, I don't know, where I could actually just plug the thing in. Electric, but there's no way I know of to do it. I used to make battery packs for stuff like cordless phones and stuff like that, but something that actually took a battery pack, you can make them. Just duct tape a bunch of batteries together and solder the wires on.
Yeah, yeah.
But for this, where it's just putting in batteries like normal, I don't think there's really any way, but it would be nice though. But for the type of camera it is, people are usually more mobile. So, but that's the only camera that company sells that you can plug into a video though. They make a bunch of different cameras, but the rest of them don't have that feature.
Well, if you had 2 more batteries, I mean.
Yeah, that'd be plenty. 'Cause it only
That'd
takes
be
just a second
more
to
than
switch
enough.
them out. The nice thing too, though, with the way they kind of changed the YouTube around a little bit, if something does happen, even if I had to like restart my computer or anything, the stream doesn't stop. The stream will stay forever until I go click the button to stop it. Now the picture might go away, but when I restart my computer and turn it back on, I don't have to go through the whole process again.
Yeah, yeah.
So that saves some time. 'Cause it gets to be a hassle if you have to go through that whole process. But the way
Do you know offhand the dates for the meteor shower next month? It has a.
Let me look. Let's see. Well, according to this thing, it's only. I thought last year's was more than just 2 days, but this is only saying it's only 2 days. The
Last year was more than 2 days.
It's the 11th and the 12th,
Okay.
and that's all. That's probably the 2 best days. Because usually it lasts about the whole week.
Thursday, Friday. Okay.
But let's see. It's showing other ones, but it wasn't on the list. There's this, because that one's the Perseids. There's another one at the end of this month called the I don't even know how to. Delta something. Aquarid. I don't know how you pronounce it, but.
What dates are those?
Well, wait, this one. Let's see. Yeah, this one we won't get. That favors the southern hemisphere.
Okay.
Never mind, that's why it wasn't on the list. But yeah, the best night for the Perseus, it says, is the 12th of August, and right after moonset. I'd have to see what time that is. But it's claiming that this year you should see up to 100 an hour. Now that'd be a lot. 50 to 100 meteors an hour.
We can't miss that one.
But right after, right as the moon sets, so when it's as dark as possible.
Okay.
But the 12th, as they said, is the best, but you can see them from the 10th to the 13th.
Of August.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to see what time the moon actually was supposed to go.
Yeah.
Found a sunrise calendar, but looking for one for the moon. Because usually it's pretty late. Let's see. I found a calendar to see what it says. It was August the 12th, which ain't too far off at least.
Night, James. Thanks again for joining us. And good night, Alyssa.
That's 1:31 a.m. is when the
Okay.
moon, is when the moon will set. So that ain't too bad then.
No. Well,
Is it?
Murphy's Law, right? You're probably going to get some bad weather on some of those days.
Oh, probably.
So whatever day it's clear, within that time frame.
Yeah. Because the moon set changes like an hour every day.
An hour?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that much.
It changes quite a bit. So, well, it's almost an hour.
Okay.
So yeah, hopefully everything will be decent enough.
Well,
And we'll be
you're
able
bound
to
you're bound to at least snag one of those days, right?
Yeah. Just have to see how it does. And then there's another. Let's see, there's some other meteor showers, but I'm not sure if they'll be around here. Or, well, here's one, October the 7th. That's the dragon one. But this one, it says this meteor shower in October, it's more after midnight, closer to morning. So they said that's kind of an odd time for that one. In November, there's a few. The Taurids. The rest of the year, we got quite a few of them.
Good.
There's at least 4 of them. 3 of them in the month of November.
Well, some of the ones we saw last year were incredible. It was
And
like,
then December, of course, is the last one, the Geminids. Which it's okay. It's just when you freeze to death out there messing with a camera, I set it and forget it. Cold running back and forth. So hopefully get some decent weather. No clouds and stuff. But no way to find out until it happens.
yeah.
They can't predict what it was going to do yesterday. So how could I look up for that far out? They never know.
So, you know how every year I try to grow like tomatoes, cucumbers, and all that, and I've said, okay, from now on, all that's going to be grown in the greenhouse?
Yeah.
I don't have a huge greenhouse, but
Yeah.
it's still pretty big. I put two tomato plants in there.
Yeah.
Now they're taking up half the space in there.
Yeah.
Let's see. One of them is about 4.5 feet tall.
Yeah.
And almost as wide. And the other one's giving me grief because now every time I close the door,
Yeah.
if I open it during the day, the leaves go out towards the opening of the door. I come back at night to close it, and I gotta push the branches back. It's trying to escape on me.
Yeah, tomorrow when I get home, I'll take some pictures out in the yard and I'll send them to you to see what my yard looks like. I got all kind of flowers and
Yeah.
everything.
Yes.
Some of them have died out, but there's still a lot of them, though, the tiger lilies and all that.
My tiger lilies haven't opened yet. They're still forming.
Mine are bigger than a softball.
Mine don't usually open till late August.
Yeah, I got a bunch of, the flower itself, the base of it, not the stem, but just the base of the flowers, it's probably not much smaller than if you'd buy like a bag of carrots at the grocery store. It'd be about that thick. That big
Wow.
around. Yeah, they get big. But it's always weird because it seems like in the earlier part of the year, the yard's all one color, like purple. And then after a few weeks, maybe a month, everything will turn red.
Yeah.
It'll go
yeah.
orange.
Mm-hmm. I'm going through that right now. I'm waiting. The purple flowers are starting to like come to an end, and pretty soon I'll have the white flowers.
Yeah.
Before the purple flowers, I had the yellow flowers. Yeah, it all goes in like a rotation.
I got a nice rose bush here in the backyard. I wish I could transplant it because I don't like where it's at, but I don't know. I might try it. I'm afraid I'll kill it though because it's back in a little corner where no one can really see it. But it's pretty though because every rose one's a different color.
Oh, cool.
You get white ones, purple ones.
What'd you do?
red ones.
Splice a bunch and put them together?
No, they just buy them that way.
No.
I've had several of them in the past.
Really?
They're called Jacob's Coat. Every one's a different color.
No, I like to see that. You got to take a picture of that
Yeah.
one. I've never seen that.
The only roses could never get to grow here for some reason were yellow ones. Every other color never had any trouble. The yellow just never did want to grow. I don't know why.
I used to have what are they called? Teacup roses?
Yeah.
The little ones?
Yeah.
I had those.
I got corn growing in my yard.
Oh, we can't grow corn. I tried.
I didn't even plant it. It's just where it fell out of bird feeder. I got corn stalks about half as tall as me.
Doesn't get hot enough here.
And I'll probably get a couple ears of corn off of it.
That is one thing I do miss. In the fall, the corn mazes.
Yeah.
I love corn
Corn's
mazes.
about the easiest thing to grow around here. It grows here in the yard about every year because it just falls out of the bird feeder.
Wow.
And it just grows. Yeah, it's probably, I don't know, it's definitely over waist high.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can grow about anything around here. Half the stuff in the yard never planted it. It just grows.
I'm so lucky.
All up and down my driveways, tomato plants. They just sprout
Yeah,
up.
you were telling me your tomato plants
just-
last year. They were kind of
Last year
everywhere.
they were big.
Yeah.
Didn't get added. I mean, they're still big, but not like they was last year, though. Which are still all over the place. They grow anywhere. My whole entire driveway is nothing but gravel. I mean, big gravel, like 50-cent piece size. And they grow They grow right through it. And I never plant them. It's just where the birds and stuff will eat them and deposit seeds and stuff. And they just take off.
This year, all I've managed so far with the help of Steve is potatoes, beets, beans. I've got some dill and some basil. I got the tomatoes and I have a cucumber plant that's doing good this year.
I don't think there's anything that won't grow here. You can grow whatever.
A lot of things here, you can start them. but they won't mature.
We
It
got,
just
we got a lot
won't
of good
mature.
dirt here. Because when we bought this place about 27 years ago, our front yard, well, the house that was originally here sat in the front of that property. And so it was tore down a long time ago. And there was like a big dip. So Dad brought in like 20 ton of dirt and filled it in. And it was all good topsoil. So everything grows.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd go like dollar store and buy them boxes of flower seeds, just open them up and throw them in the yard about a handful. Wait about a week and you got a yard full of flowers.
Wow.
And you don't even have to really do anything.
Hmm.
You just gotta keep stuff under control or it'll go everywhere. Got moonflowers. Those are neat. They only bloom at
I
night.
know. I tried to grow those 3 times because
I
they
had to
open
kill
in
'em
the,
out.
in the moonlight, right?
Yeah, I had to kill a lot of them out because they was taking over the whole yard.
Yeah, mine never took off. I would start them inside the house, and then I'd wait and I'd transfer them, and then it looked like they were doing well, but again, it just never took off.
I
Like
just
it was
grew-
weak.
Grandma had some. We just got a few of hers and just took seeds and threw them in the yard. But they got so thick though, had to cut them out. You couldn't even cut over them with a lawnmower. That's too thick. They was everywhere.
Wow.
Yeah, you can grow just about anything around here. My pumpkins didn't do no good last year though. That was the only thing. They grew, but as soon as you try to pick them off the vine, they were hollow inside and they would just deflate. There was nothing inside of them. I don't know why. I don't know if they didn't get enough water or what. I got a bunch
Yeah,
of
I
pumpkins.
probably could grow a pumpkin in the greenhouse.
I got a whole plant in the backyard. I got blooms all over the place in the backyard.
I'm a little worried though. What if I grow it so big I can't get it back out the door?
It's not likely. To get them pretty big, I mean, it's a lot of work. They usually don't do that on their own. It can happen, though. We had one woman up there. She grew one that was like almost 200 pounds, and she grew it in a flower pot.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
She just had, somebody gave her some seeds, and she had a big flower pot around her, by her front door. One, big enough. It was a pretty good size one, you know, where you'd have to bear hug it, you know, wrap your arms around
Yeah.
it. Pretty good size.
Yeah.
And she
Yeah,
just
yeah.
took the seeds and just shoved it in there and forgot about it. And it was probably, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 times as big as a basketball.
See, now I could probably do that.
Big.
You know, like I could start the seed early in the spring indoors, then take it out to the greenhouse.
Yeah.
And probably do
A
okay.
lot of people around here that really get into gardens and stuff, I mean, they'll start planting seeds in the house, you know, in the dead of winter. You know, it'd be below zero
Well-
outside and they're already growing tomatoes in the house.
Yeah, I don't have much choice though.
And then when it gets closer to, you know, time, then take it outside.
Yeah, but this year, no, sorry, not this year. Next year, Steve and I plan to start all the seedlings in the Arrow Garden.
Yeah.
Because that puts them about 4 to 6 weeks ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
And that's why we have beets this year.
I've seen a lot of creative ways people have grown stuff early around here. Because May 15th is usually our planting day. It's last chance of frost. But some people will put stuff out ahead of time. They use the raised beds. But under the dirt, they'll put some, they got to be careful though. You got to watch what you're doing. But put heating pad. Plug it in. Keep the dirt warm. That way the frost at night won't kill your plants.
Yeah, I have one of those.
You just got to make sure you've got enough dirt on top that if any moisture hits it, it don't short out. But it does work though.
Yeah, it does. It does make a difference.
Yeah, they use just a regular heating pad you'd put on your back or something. Or even I've seen them use an electric blanket because it's bigger.
I don't know well, I got mine as a gift, and I don't know where the person got it. But it's meant just for that, for seedlings. Now,
but these are for like people around here using them on full-grown plants. Just planting them while there's still a chance of frost. You know, putting them in the ground early. But they're already, you know, pretty well grown. Just trying to get a little head start. Because some people still like selling, fresh produce, but if you want to make any, money at it, you got to try to be one of the first people to have it. Once everybody starts growing stuff, shoot, you can buy stuff for next to nothing. You can buy a dozen ear of corn for like $1.
What, like a farmer's market?
Yeah. And it's fresh too, because go down to the Amish, you tell him what you want, he'll walk out in the field and pick it for you and bring it back to you.
Oh, wow.
Or go down, sometimes he'll have it, but it's always picked either that way or just that morning. But they only charge no more than like $2 a dozen. Because they got so much of it.
I would love to have a farmer's garden. Like a farmer's market, just go pick up your produce.
Yeah, I just usually go straight to the farms. Because most of them sell it right out of the farm. They have farmer's market here in town. Every so often, but...
We're not really in an area that's heavily farmed.
Yeah.
It's mostly bush. And now, if you want fresh fish...
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's the one thing we can get, but it's very expensive. That's any type of seafood. Costs a fortune.
And here it's really cheap. But we pay for it because we pay more for our vegetables.
Yeah. Like salmon and stuff, man, you'd have to have a pretty good bank account to buy any of that. You're looking close to $30 a pound.
Ouch.
And that's if you just buy it, at the market. So, yeah, it's expensive. The only thing I haven't bought, and they do have it right here in town local, and it's pretty cheap, they got fresh oysters. I can get them at the grocery store, still in the shell, and they're like 39 cents a piece. They ain't bad. I just haven't bought any and tried them out. But all the other stuff is just outrageous. But they did start a new thing, though, at the grocery store. I don't know anyone has tried it, but you order any, whatever seafood you want from the counter, and they'll go ahead and, because a lot of people around here, since it's so expensive, they're not real sure how to cook it, because it's not a common thing. So whoever's working the counter there, they'll take it, and they'll go ahead and season it for you and whatever you want, and then put it in one of them plastic oven bags. So all you got to do is take it home, throw it in the oven, pull it out, and you're done. Foolproof.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people are just afraid to spend good money on it because they don't really know how exactly to fix it.
Well, you can't blame them, too. If it's not something you cook a lot of and it's expensive.
Right. If you really know how to cook something, you're a little more willing to pay a higher price.
Oh, for sure.
But when you're not sure, you're thinking, man, $30 a pound, and I'm not even sure I could screw it up. People just won't risk it.
Yeah.
But since now they got that service, it's free. When you buy it, they just season it, everything it needs. Put it in one of them bags like they do a turkey, plastic. Just throw it in the oven. It's got they write on it with like a magic marker of how long to put it in there at what temperature.
Yeah.
So you really can't mess up that way.
But when it comes to any kind of well, we're kind of lucky here. We have both the freshwater and saltwater, right? So fish is really a very affordable meal to have several times a week if you want.
Yeah.
But, like corn.
Yeah.
You have corn growing in your yard.
Yeah.
And I have to pay Norman a lake for a cob, right?
Yeah.
So, and I don't care what nobody says. The frozen or the canned stuff is just, you can't compare it.
No.
And people are like, "I'll just get frozen corn."
The frozen is about as close as you'll get if you can get the frozen when it's still on the cob. That's about as close as you can get.
I've never been able to get it on the cob, only in the bags.
Yeah, everywhere I've lived, they've always had this. They take the cob and they cut it into maybe 3 or 4 pieces.
Yeah.
And it's not too bad, but
I see that.
It's better than other alternatives.
I can't get that here though.
But corn around here, You can get corn. It's fresh enough around here. You can eat it right out of the field. You don't even have to cook it
Wow.
because it's so sweet and everything.
Corn, we don't have apples. Like, if you go to Nova Scotia, they got beautiful apples. But here, nothing really.
I can get all the apples I want. My grandpa's got 2 or 3 trees in his yard.
See?
I get more of them and I know what to do with.
I love that. I would love to have big pails of apples to cook with.
Yeah, I can get. Man, I bet I could probably pick half a ton of apples.
Wow.
The only thing that's really gets expensive, because we don't really grow it a lot around here, and that's peaches. And I love fresh peaches. But they don't grow too. There's some places that grow them around here, but they're more down in Georgia, down south. You can get them, but they're a little more pricey.
Peaches is something we don't buy that often because one, they're hardly ever fresh up here.
That's the reason I don't buy them at the grocery store. If I can go to a couple places, we got an apple house not too far from us, sells all that kind of stuff. It's fresh, but there's just not a lot of it, and it's a little pricey, but but they are good though. A lot of people will buy them and freeze them and stuff, cut them up. But they're good just to eat the way they are.
I love fresh peaches. When they're fresh, I can devour like 6, 7 easily.
Yeah, we can, but just about anything we can grow around here. It doesn't matter. We got all kinds of them places. You know, pick your own blueberries, strawberries, blackberries, whatever.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of them kind of places around here.
Fresh produce is always the best.
Oh yeah.
That's what inspired Steve to keep planting the potatoes, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, first year after he built the garden, and I planted some potatoes.
Yeah.
And he watched them come up, and then fall time came, and I'm like, okay, let's go harvest them. And we had fun doing that. And then we took the potatoes, and I think we made like fries and mash and all that. Oh.
Yeah, I've grew potato. I had hybrid plants before where they're potatoes, like normal, but the top vine's a potato or a tomato. Same plant.
Yeah.
Same plant.
Yeah.
They're pretty neat.
Well, when he tasted our own potatoes, then he was like, "Hey, what the hell?"
Yeah.
And then same thing for the peas. Like he likes peas, but the first time we grew our own, and he was actually able just to go out there and pull them right off the vine and pack them up. Then he was like, "Oh my God, these are so fresh! I love peas now." So it's just a matter of like fresh produce out here is hard to find unless you grow it yourself.
Yeah.
And it's so little that we can grow outdoors. So much has to be grown either in the greenhouse or.
Yeah.
But,
you can go about anywhere here in town in the summer, and you always see people on the front porch selling tomatoes and whatever.
Yeah, I miss that. They seem to be able to grow a lot more. A little further east in Nova Scotia, there's. It seems like they have a slightly longer growing season, so they have better produce out there.
As far as fruits go, we do get limited on some of that because you do got a lot of tropical fruits and stuff. But vegetable-wise, I think just about any vegetable I can think of, we can grow it here. Just about everything I could ever think of.
I'm not sure if it's the sandy soil or what, but for some reason, berries.
Yeah.
Raspberries, blackberries, strawberries. I have Saskatoon.
Yeah.
Berries grow here like without any.
Yeah. Yeah, they grow here easy too.
Yeah, they're just like.
But as far as just like any vegetable though, I mean, you can grow it pretty easy. You really don't even have to mess with it. Throw it in the ground, and you might have to water it once in a while depending on how much rain we get. But other than that, you don't have to pay attention to it. Just forget about it.
Well, this year we probably will have a good crop of raspberries by the looks of it.
I've got a tomato I'll probably be able to pick in a couple days.
Oh, wow.
Only one so far. It's
think
about, it's a little bit bigger than a baseball.
I think my cucumbers will be up before my potatoes.
You can buy most people around here will just buy the plants and just plant them in the ground. Because they ain't very expensive.
I know, but for some reason, and I don't know why, uh, the first year I moved here,
Yeah.
you could go to like hardware stores and they were selling
Oh, yeah.
plants. A grocery store had like flowers. And for every year that has gone by, there were like less and less and less. This year, nothing. Like
Yeah, you can
none
buy
of them
anything you
had.
want here.
I don't know if it's because they didn't sell enough or did they have problems trying to bring it in. I don't know, but for some reason we can't.
Yeah, you can
So
get anything you want here. The most variety of anything's tomatoes, though, man. There's zillions of them. They got red ones that are green even when they're fully ripe, striped ones, yellow, pink,
purple,
had black ones.
black ones.
They're jet black.
That would be really neat.
Even on the inside. You don't see them quite as much, but the yellow ones, which are the ones I like, yellow ones, are low acid. I can eat them.
Yeah, me too.
Pink ones, all kinds. But the green ones are neat though, because even when they're fully ripe, they're still green.
Huh.
But I like the green ones though. I fry them.
Well, I'm gonna have to look for some place online to sell seeds.
Yeah.
So that I can't get the plants out there anymore. I'll have to buy seeds.
I can order the plants through the mail.
Yeah, I can, but they only ship like a certain time of year.
Yeah, they ship during the growing season here.
Yeah, well, it's Canada Post.
Yeah.
Every freaking summer, they're always like, we're gonna, we're striking, walk out. So if I order my plants early in the season, the time comes to ship them and they're on strike.
Yeah.
And I don't get my plants.
Yeah, because ours always come like UPS or FedEx or one.
Yeah. I mean, I've done it a couple times. That's how I got the Saskatoon trees and the hosta out front. But
I thought about buying me a little dwarf fruit tree. I got a magazine. It grows lemons, limes, and oranges all on the same tree.
I've seen them separately. I've never seen them all together.
All on the same tree. Where they grafted them together and just started creating them like that. Yeah, it's pretty neat how they do that. It's not hard to graft plants, but it can take a while for them to take off, though. But after you do it and get one established well enough, then the seeds will start being the same thing.
Yeah. And there was that like a clear gel that if you put them in, it would speed up the process.
Yeah.
I used to be able to buy it all the time. I haven't seen it in forever now. So
they got all kinds of stuff around here for growing stuff. Well, we got a marijuana grow store right outside of town, and they sell enough stuff. I mean, you could use it on all kind of plants, different things. But that's mainly what it's for.
Well, if it turns out that works out better for me than my pills,
yeah,
then that'll be this next thing I look at is, can I grow? Is it, what's the process in getting a license or paperwork to be able to do that? I'll just grow in the aero garden all year round.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's 4 a.m.
Yep. Already.
It's gonna be a long day.
Yeah. There's sometimes I stay up for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that. Because you go about your day and
Mm-hmm.
I'm wiped.
It wouldn't surprise me none. I don't stay up all day and do a Skywatch again tonight.
Oh, jeez.
I'll crash out eventually. We used to do that in school when I was a kid. See how long we could stay awake. Bet each other. I won a couple times. Longest I ever made it was 5 days. And that was hard. I could have probably went a little bit longer, but everybody else done passed out, so I figured, I might as well. But you go so
How are you
long,
not like falling asleep on your feet?
it's rough.
Didn't it make you sick?
No, but the problem is after you go through about 4 days, you will start hallucinating and stuff.
What's the craziest thing you saw?
I don't know. It's hard to even put any of it into any kind of words. It's just, I don't like being on some acid trip or something. I don't know. Just all whacked out. You don't know one thing from the next. Be like that movie Walking Dead. And after a while, you'd do just about anything just for somebody to let you go to sleep.
Yeah, I don't know if I could like even function. I'd be walking into walls and dropping
You
everything.
don't. After so long, you don't function too well. You're just kind of there.
Start drooling.
But it's not too bad though. I mean, if by yourself, it's extremely hard. But if you're with somebody and you're doing stuff, it ain't hard. You just got to keep active. You sit down, you're done. But if you can keep active.
Yeah, if you don't like get too warm or like too comfortable, maybe.
And you don't want to eat very much either, because, like, eat a little bit here and there, because, man, you get a full belly, you ain't going to do nothing. Go to sleep. But if you eat just a little bit at a time, you're alright.
I don't know. I don't think I'd last very long.
It's not what you say is enjoyable. It's just one of them things. Yeah, Uber is going to start working for Walmart, I seen. Not our Walmart, but
How does it work at Walmart?
deliver items.
No way.
No matter how much you order out of the whole store, they said your fee would never be over $10. That's if no matter what you order, they'll go get it, and you don't have to pay Uber either. It's all done included when you order your stuff. If you select that
I was
option.
just gonna say, like, how does Uber make money off that then?
Contract. They got the licensing right to do it. That way people can make, the Walmart will sell more stuff. They can get it almost instantly, but they don't even have to go nowhere. Like for people that really can't get out much or whatever. But you can buy anything in the store. From clothes to groceries to whatever. Looks like Frog's going to have a paranormal guest this week. Brenda Harvey Harris. Not familiar with that name.
No.
But it said paranormal. He just posted that about 8 hours ago. was just seeing if anything else might have got posted that maybe I didn't catch, but don't look like it. They had the first, I think it was the first death in the United States though from that Zika virus. That's bad
Elderly
stuff.
person?
I don't know. I didn't hear how old the person was. I think it was like out in Arizona or somewhere out west.
Yeah, but they actually caught it from going to one of those other countries.
Well, they've confirmed that it's in some of the mosquitoes here in the States. It was in, let's see, in Utah. Okay, that's out there where Star lives. Let's see. Yeah, it was an elderly person, which I kind of thought it might have been, but. I don't know. Yeah, the person, trying to see where they might have come from, but I don't see it. Like if they went anywhere or.
I know everyone was worried about the Olympics, well, not Olympics, Summer Games, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think you're going to have to worry so much.
I don't know. I don't think the Olympics are going to be that great anyway.
No, I don't think they're going to have a lot of people there.
A lot of the athletes have said they won't go.
And some of the ones who have gone said they've changed their mind even though they're there.
Well, one reason a lot of them are boycotting it is, well, the terrorist aspect's always big, but they don't like how it's being ran. Because a lot of them people that live there got their houses bulldozed. And got no notice. Just a knock on the door, grab what you can, and they flatten their houses to make way for the Olympics. And people are not happy about it. Now, the people will get a new home after the Olympics, but until then, they have to live in a trailer on the back of a semi-truck. And people were just not happy. Because they had no notice. If they had notice, they could at least maybe moved in with a relative or something. But they had no warning. So a lot of the athletes are just upset because of that. Which that is a bad thing, though. Do something like that to people.
Also the water.
Yeah.
Some of the ones that were in the sailing competition.
Yeah.
They were saying that they were like shocked at how dirty the water was, and it turned their boats like it made it look like sewage.
Yeah.
And they were afraid to get any of the water in their mouth from the spray.
Yeah.
They were like terrified that they'd get sick from the water.
Mm-hmm. Boy, Sue, she done that concert like about a week ago, not far from me, and then she crisscrosses the country a lot. 3 days later, she was already clear back on the West Coast doing another one. She traveled.
Yeah, she travels a lot.
She probably traveled close to 6,000 miles in less than a week. And that's a lot. I couldn't imagine running around like that. But she sells out a show everywhere she goes, though. She's not even making that much money. Most of the time.
Well, I imagine you probably do it for the love of the art.
But still it'd be rough, though, being her only income. Just like the show she done around here. I think it was like $20 a person. And she could only get 30 people with the show. Didn't have no more room. So that's like $600, and she traveled over 2,000 miles to get here. So, it's not really making a ton of money, but
Nope.
she probably does better, certain times of the year when she does bigger events. Then the money she gets from selling CDs and stuff. And being digital, that wouldn't be too bad. Really not much expense there.
I imagine you have to like the lifestyle.
Oh yeah,
The travel.
you definitely. Yeah, you couldn't deal with it any other way.
Yeah.
But you can tell she likes what she does. Because she can do
Oh yeah.
the main thing is she can just do what she wants. She don't have nobody telling her one way or the other.
Yeah, freedom.
And there's not very many jobs you can do that'll have that. Being independent like that's kind of a rare thing nowadays.
Well, I'm starting to fade, despite my best attempts to stay here with you.
Hey,
So
I was just glad you got to show up at all.
I'm glad too. And if you feel like you can do another one tomorrow night, just leave me a message. Let me know.
Yeah, even if I can't for whatever reason, I'll still try to give you a call or something.
Okay.
Just have to.
If you can, make sure you post it on our Facebook page.
Yeah.
Let everyone know.
Yeah, I can do that.
And if not, I'm sure we'll get another chance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have to see what goes on. That's the only bad thing about Skywatch is I hate to commit to anything too early because one, it could be the weather or you just don't know.
Yeah.
Now the meetups and stuff, that's a little bit different because you don't have as many factors playing into it. But I'd hate to plan a Skywatch and then it just be all cloudy or something. You can't go by the weather, what the weatherman says. They don't know nothing. They just make it up, I think. That's a good job, though. You could lie every day and don't have to worry about nothing. So there's really not much difference, I think, than a weatherman or a politician. Lie every day and still keep your job. Blame it on a computer. Because you got all them networks telling the same weather, looking at the same sky, and they all tell you something different. If you're all looking at the same thing, shouldn't you get the same answer?
I have no idea. No idea at all. Why some say, this and the other one.
I don't know.
I just try to stick with the one that's right most often.
That's what I do. Yeah, some networks, they hype it up too much, and other ones kind of underplay it. You got to find a happy medium. But yeah, I'll let you know one way or another.
Right. Sounds good.
Just see what goes on. But yeah, get you some rest, and I'm gonna. I don't know. I might try to sleep for a little bit. I don't know. I gotta leave.
I'll send you a message when I get back home tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good night.
You too.
And like I said, it was fun.
It was.
So, yeah, I gotta stop the stream now. If I can find even a button.